Chapter 2795. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now he had already sealed 3 gods, Nong Yi, Lu Yun and Mu Jun. None of them could compare to Xianxia, who was an absolute progenitor. He had forcefully withstood the combined attack of the death god's left arm and Go Lian, who had exhausted the Kuan-Zei's deathly aura. If not for Lu Yin's clone being heavily injured in the previous battle, he would have had to endure Xianxia's peak attack. Xianxia could be considered at the level of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, surpassing the 3 progenitors that Lu Yin had sealed before. To exaggerate, those 3 progenitors might not be Xianxia's match even if they teamed up. Sealing Xianxia required a bit of risk. If he was not careful, he might suffer a backlash just like what had happened to Wuxia. However, Lu Yin was much stronger than before, so he should be able to succeed. Sealing godhood had nothing to do with one's current state. Even if Xianxia was heavily injured and on the verge of death, it would not increase his chances of sealing godhood. What mattered was the will of the person sealed and their strength. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he watched the shadow slowly enter the divine seal catalog and brand itself onto it. He finally relaxed. He had succeeded. Elder Chan smiled. He had succeeded. With Xianxia's help, Lu Yin would not be too passive when facing opponents like Bai Wangyuan or Wang Fan. Xianxia was very strong. Xianxia relaxed as well. As long as he succeeded in sealing godhood, Lu Yin would definitely use his strength in battle and he would not die. He had finally replaced his main body and he wanted to be the true Xianxia. After sealing godhood, Lu Yin, Elder Chan, and Xianxia left eternal darkness. Although the wooden house had been destroyed, no one knew that an earth-shattering battle between progenitors had taken place here. If the battle had taken place here, the middle realm or even the top realm would have been overturned. "Senior," Lu Yin called out. Wuxia walked out. Xianxia raised his brows. There was more? He did not know that Lu Yin had invited Wuxia. This was Lu Yin's method of guarding against clones. The 9 clones technique would affect the main body, and he was not sure if a clone could replace the main body. Thus he had asked Wuxia to watch over the side. If the clone failed, Wuxia would immediately act and cooperate with them to eliminate Xianxia as quickly as possible. "Did you succeed?" Wuxia looked at Xianxia. Lu Yin nodded. "I should have succeeded, but just in case." He looked at Xianxia. "You don't mind having something in your body, right?" Xianxia opened his mouth wide. "You still don't trust me? I've already been sealed as a god. How can I be Xianxia? There's no way Xianxia would be willing to become a god." Lu Yin shrugged. Even Xianxia was deified by ancestor Lu Tianyi. At that time he didn't seem to be on good terms with my Lu family. A progenitor can adjust one's state of mind, but you took an entire day to do so. After Xiaochen finished speaking, he did not wait for Xianxia to agree. He turned to Wuxia and said, "Senior brother, sorry for the trouble." Wuxia attacked and the evil relic flew towards Xianxia. Elder Chan had appeared on the other side at some point. The 3 of them surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia felt helpless. Of the 3 of them, there was no need to talk about Lu Yin. Wuxia was also extremely powerful and even Bai Wangyuan was wary of him. Wuxia was a little unfathomable. As for Elder Chan, once he unleashed Lu Tianyi's true strength, there weren't many in the entire 6 Direction Society who could stop him. Being surrounded by the 3 of them, even Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan felt chills down their spines, let alone him. They had no choice but to accept reality. In the distance, Xiao Luo watched quietly. He looked at the once high and mighty figure. Ancestor Xianxia, who had never been able to meet him, was now under Lu Yin's control. This scene was enough to topple everyone's imaginations. This was Lu Yin. He had once helped Xia Juyo merge with Xia Juyo, but that had been with Xia Ji's approval. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded if Xia Ji had interfered. Now Lu Yin didn't need anyone's approval. He had dealt with Shen Wutian, so who would be next? The frigid Immortal sect? Or the Wang family? In the end, this astral tree still belonged to the Lu family. The evil relic had entered Xianxia's body to control him, and because Xianxia was heavily injured, Lu Yin had even used the Grim Reaper's seal. Even Elder Chan felt pity for Xianxia. Godhood, evil relic and Grim Reaper's seal. Even the real Xianxia would feel despair at this moment, let alone a clone. Xianxia was truly in despair. Fortunately, he didn't plan on becoming Lu Yin's enemy, so these control methods were useless. Location. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. His gaze seemed calm, but it was filled with anxiety. Xianxia panted heavily. I can sense it, but I can't bring it back. Even with your current strength, it'll be difficult to bring the Lu family back. The Eternals won't let the Lu family return. Lu Yin fell silent. After a while he said, Go back, Ancestor Xia. Xianxia exhaled and staggered into the void, heading back to Wuxian. His injuries could only be healed on their own. After Xianxia left, Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo walked over and bowed. Pathmaster. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Luo. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. When he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Xiao Luo, Silver and Lulu had all left Earth together. Now each of them had their own opportunities. Are you planning on returning to Wuxian or something else? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Luo shook his head. Let's go to the Six Direction Society. I'll see the wider sky there. Lu Yin understood. As the Six Direction Society came into contact with the primordial space, more and more people wanted to take a look. Back then, the Grand Empyrean had forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission, so it wasn't easy for them to leave. Now, the primordial space had become one of the Six Direction Societies, and people from various parallel universes would come here. The Grand Empyrean had also lifted the ban, and the primordial space and the Six Direction Societies would merge. Yi Xing's arrival was a sign. Xiao Luo and the others wanted to leave the primordial space and head to the Six Direction Society. Good luck. Lu Yin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled. Pathmaster, the people who leave the primordial space won't disappoint you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Indeed, the primordial space and the Six Direction Society were merging in parallel universes. It was time for them to re-evaluate this place. Leng Qing had broken through to progenitor, so who would be next? It should be soon. The one who truly needed to break through to progenitor was himself. Only by breaking through would he be able to bring the Lu family back? How long would it take? How far would that be? Although he had dealt with Xianxia, Lu Yin was still in a bad mood. He returned to the Above Heavens sect and went to the astral river with a gloomy mood. He sat on the beach and stared at the deep starry sky, deep in thought. After a long time, Kuei Luo came and grumbled, You didn't catch anything again. Is it that hard to catch a fish? Patting the dust off his clothes, Kuei Luo came to Lu Yin's side and sat down. Are you in a bad mood? Lu Yin muttered, When can I break through to progenitor? Kuei Luo sneered, That's an old question. I often ask myself. Lu Bujing Hen Exen, which one of them doesn't ask themselves? Maybe they ask themselves 1,000 times a day. The more they want to break through, the harder it is to do so. Leng Qing was the one who broke through first. What a waste. Kuei Luo took out a bottle of wine and took a sip. Lu Yin sighed, If I don't break through to progenitor, how can I bring the Lu family back? That's too far away. Kuei Luo didn't hear him clearly. What Lu family? What do you mean bring them back? Lu Yin told Kuei Luo about Xianxia. Kuei Luo was dumbfounded. You messed with Xianxia? Lu Yin was speechless. I just had a clone replace the main body. Kuei Luo sighed regretfully. Why didn't you bring me along? What a pity, what a pity. I've always wanted to see the four-way Libra's defeated face. You ungrateful brat, who saved you? Who told you about the Lu family? Who helped you? Why didn't you call me when something good happened? Lu Yin took a sip of wine. You can't enter the progenitor battlefield. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth in anger. Good, now you don't like this old man, huh? Fine, just wait, this old man will break through to progenitor soon. Just don't ask me for help when the time comes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Kuei Luo. You've been a half-step progenitor for a long time, and you cultivate the primogenitor scripture. You're also a powerhouse who broke through 3 gates. Logically speaking, you should be able to break through to progenitor. Why haven't you tried? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Do you think it's that easy to break through to progenitor? Leng Qing was the Elysium's leader during the Above Heaven era. Do you know how long he's been a half-step progenitor? How long did it take those progenitors from the Six Directions Society to break through? How many progenitors are there in the entire Six Directions Society? It's not that easy. You only have one chance. Who doesn't want to be completely confident before trying? Back then, that Lingji Mavis from the Fifth Mainland was too anxious and died. That Elder Chan was also forced. Fortunately, he saw through his heart and succeeded in breaking through to progenitor. Kuei Luo leaned closer to Lu Yin. Let me tell you, do you know who has the highest chance of breaking through to progenitor? Lu Yin was curious. Who? Kuei Luo said, Xiaochen. Lu Yin was surprised. Kuei Luo nodded, his voice filled with admiration and praise. He saw through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He crossed the existent realm into the void realm, and then the void realm into the existent realm. He directly abandoned astral sources to cultivate, and created a path of cultivation that uses memories as a medium. His inner world is as gentle as water and he can easily erase powerhouses of the same level. To be honest, although he hasn't been a half-step progenitor for long, there are too few who can fight him. Only your third uncle and the other Elysium leaders can give it a try. In the above heaven era he would definitely be one of the 12 Elysium leaders and one of the strongest. This kind of person is either crazy or crazy. He can break through to progenitor at any time. It all depends on whether he's willing or not. Lu Yin hadn't expected Kuei Luo to think so highly of the crazy dean. The dean hadn't even broken through 3 stages. Do you think the dean can surpass you? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Why be so blunt? That guy also saw a lot of things through stargazing deck and only after he went crazy did he achieve great enlightenment. I don't have that kind of spirit. If you lack progenitor helpers you can talk to him. Who knows, he might break through to progenitor in the middle of the conversation. It'll depend on you. With his cultivation method, breaking through to progenitor might not be a problem. Lu Yin was tempted. The more progenitors in above heaven the better. If the crazy dean was as Kuei Luo said, that he could break through to progenitor at any time, then that would be a great boost to above heaven's strength. Chapter 2796. Kuei Luo lay down. Right, you said you had to break through to the ancestral realm before you could return? Xiaxinji's clone said that? Why? Lu Yin replied, Xiaxinji's clone can find the Lu family's location, but he can't bring it back. If I don't break through to the ancestral realm, how can I enter the boundless spacetime and bring it back? Kuei Luo's tone was natural. Let them come back on their own. Lu Yin met Kuei Luo's gaze, his expression unfriendly. So you're saying that all my efforts over the years were for nothing? That the Lu family can come back on their own? Kuei Luo coughed. Calm down, think about it from another perspective. Aren't you underestimating the Lu family's ancestor? Forefather Tianyi? The oldest one. So you're saying that he can come back on his own if he wants? Not really, he's asleep. But you can wake him up. Lu Yin blinked and stared at Kuei Luo. Any more nonsense and I'll throw you into the astral river like bait. Kuei Luo pursed his lips. Young man, be patient. There's no point in telling you sooner and there's no point in telling you earlier. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to succeed. Lu Yin stood up and grabbed at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo cried out, Stop, stop. Is there a seal behind you? Lu Yin stopped and stared down at Kuei Luo. Is this a seal the family placed on me? There's no other way. You can't awaken the forefather unless you reach a certain level. Seeing Lu Yin's murderous glare, Kuei Luo had no choice but to bite the bullet. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Explain. Kuei Luo exhaled and coughed. Don't be hasty, that's why I'm here. You're already a peak emissary and the next step is to break through to the half-step ancestor realm. Your current level of strength should be enough. Hurry up and speak. Lu Yin barked, his entire body growing vexed. Kuei Luo didn't dare waste any more words, so he told Lu Yin everything he knew. After a long while, Lu Yin drove Kuei Luo away. He sat down on the beach alone, feeling exceptionally relaxed. He knew that the clan wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The living had ascended to godhood and the dead had ascended to godhood. Furthermore, there was an ancestor at the level of a Dao Lord. How could the clan be destroyed so easily? Back then, the Grand Empyrean had isolated Ancestor Lu Yuan so that Ancestor Lu Yuan didn't know that the family had been pushed out by the White Dragon. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one in the family could awaken the ancestor, not even Ancestor Tianyi. Helpless, he could only seal Lu Xiaoshuan's cultivation and memories and throw him to the 5th continent. The goal was to gamble that Lu Xiaoxian could return to the peak and reach an even higher peak without relying on the family's resources. The Lu family had a tradition that whenever a direct descendant who had awakened the God Seal catalog broke through to the half-ancestor realm, they could awaken Ancestor Lu Yuan and obtain the ancestor's favor. This had been the case for every generation, and this was the only way to break through the Grand Emperor's seal and awaken the ancestor. In the current generation, only Zhou Xian had awakened the God Seal catalog without reaching the half-ancestor realm. Thus, when the Lu family had been exiled, the family had done everything they could to throw Zhou Xian to the fifth continent so that he could cultivate there until he reached the half-ancestor realm. Then he could awaken the ancestor with his bloodline. Because the Lu family had been exiled and was located far away, the family was afraid that even if Zhou Xian broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the Lu family wouldn't be able to detect it. Thus they had sealed him. Only by breaking through the layers of seals, especially the final fourth seal, could he succeed. This was because Lu Xiaoshuan's only chance to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and the Lu family couldn't take this risk. Without breaking through the fourth seal, the Lu family would rather not attempt it. Otherwise, breaking through to the half-ancestor realm would be meaningless. Now that Lu Yin had shaken the ancestor realm with his cultivation as an envoy, he was definitely qualified to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan when he was about to break through to the half-ancestor realm. No matter how far away he was, it was enough. As long as he could awaken ancestor Lu Yuan, the ancestor would be able to bring the Lu family back, and Lu Yin wouldn't need to search for him. In short, once he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and broke through the fourth seal, his bloodline would be able to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan. At that time, the Lu family would be able to return. To be safe, the Lu family had given Lu Yin a backup plan. It was the numbers that Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite before his death. On the drift charge star, Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite two things. One was the Stonewall scriptures that had been disrupted, and the other was numbers. The Stonewall scriptures were the primogeniture scriptures, and the numbers were the rhythm of the ancestor Lu Yuan's closed-door cultivation. If the fourth seal was broken and his bloodline still couldn't reach ancestor Lu Yuan's, the numbers would be the key. This set of numbers had a special meaning to ancestor Lu Yuan as it could increase the possibility of awakening him. This was the true reason why Kuei Luo and Lu Yin had stayed behind. Lu Yin laughed heartily. So that was how it was. No wonder the seal on his back had blocked his path and saved him at a critical moment. Kuei Luo had also cleared up some of Lu Yin's doubts. Luozha hadn't recognized the seal on his back on the drift charge star. Even Kuei Luo hadn't been able to recognize it, let alone Luozha. They had only known of the seal's existence, but the universe was too vast and there were too many powerhouses who could leave behind seals. At the time, Luozha had been so severely injured that he couldn't even escape from the drift charge star and had died under a warship. His power level had only reached 10,000 at most, so how could he have seen through the Lu family's seal? It could only be said that fate had been decided by the heavens. The Lu family had left behind a backup plan that had helped Lu Yin survive on the drift charge star and allowed him to reach the peak of cultivation. With the primogeniture scriptures, he would be able to overcome any difficulties in the fifth mainland. Even if the scriptures weren't of much use outside of the fifth mainland, they would still be useful as long as he was there. In the end, he had also memorized the numbers. Fate was like a circle that spun and returned to its starting point. That old bastard Kuei Luo had never told Lu Yin about this because he was worried that Lu Yin would find out. Forcefully breaking through the fourth seal and forcefully breaking through the fourth seal were two completely different concepts. Lu Yin didn't want to take the risk as he only had one chance. If he couldn't awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, then who knew how long it would take for the Patriarch to awaken and bring the Lu family back. Patriarch Lu Yuan had been asleep since the era of the Above Heaven sect, and he had slept for countless years. The Patriarch could afford to wait, but they couldn't. Moreover, the Lu family's exile had to be avenged. The four-way scales were just a small fry. The one who truly needed the Patriarch's help was the Grand Emperor. Of course, Kuei Luo didn't know this. Before coming into contact with the Six-Way Association, he hadn't even known that the Grand Emperor had been involved in the Lu family's exile. This was something that Lu Yin had always been puzzled about. The Lu family was clearly so powerful, and Patriarch Lu Tianyi had become a deity in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could even directly face the only true God. Even if he couldn't save Lu Yin, he should still be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. However, in the end, the Lu family had still been exiled. Now everything was clear. Lu Yin roared as the knot in his heart was lifted. Half-ancestor. As long as he broke through to half-ancestor, he would be able to awaken the Patriarch. Once the Patriarch and the Lu family returned, what did Lu Yin have to fear? With the Lu family, Mr. Mu, his senior apprentice brothers and the seniors from the Above Heaven sect, what problem in the universe could not be solved? Fate. To hell with fate. Lu Yin didn't believe that there would be people standing behind him. Mr. Mu and Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin would still kill those close to him like fate had predicted. He didn't believe that Patriarch Lu Yuan would not be able to save Yenna once he returned. There was no need for Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch Tianyi was enough. Yenna would wake up and Lu Yin would deal with those troubles. What Six Direction Society? What Reverend Sheng? What Above Heaven sect? He would wipe them all out. Half-Ancestor. As long as he broke through to Half-Ancestor, Lu Yin let out a long breath. How could he break through to Half-Ancestor? He was very clear that breaking through to Half-Ancestor would cause a huge commotion. It was something rarely seen since ancient times, and he himself was not confident that he could succeed. Sometimes being too strong could be troublesome. Furthermore, the strength of his heart had returned to myriad Daoist unification. He had taken an unprecedented path, and he didn't know what kind of origin tribulation he would encounter. Mr. Mu had said that the Grand Empyrean's tea might be helpful to him. In that case, Lu Yin moved his arms. He would give it a try when the time came. He was really looking forward to the Grand Empyrean tea party. The Astral Combat Academy was the starting point for Lu Yin's cultivation journey. As Lu Yin's legendary experiences unfolded, the Astral Combat Academy also became the most dazzling star, mainly because of Astral 10. Astral 10's headmaster had originally been crazy, but after the crazy headmaster used the mortal world as a medium and returned to the path of cultivation, he broke through to Half-Ancestor. Countless people sought an audience with him every day, hoping to receive his guidance. Even Half-Ancestor powerhouses often visited him. The crazy headmaster did not refuse, as he had originally walked the path of cultivation in the mortal world. He had seen through the good and evil of the world, and he had gone from being normal to being crazy, and then from being crazy to being enlightened. He enjoyed watching everyone's lives and absorbing the nutrients of his cultivation from their experiences. The rain observatory was the crazy headmaster's favorite place. Watching the rain fall from the sky and land on the bluestone made him feel calmer. Headmaster Lu Yin is here, the rainmaster whispered. There was an incomparably large tree in front of him. Standing on the rain observatory, Lu Yin could only see enormous trees as far as the eye could see. On the tree trunk, the crazy headmaster opened his eyes. Let him come. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the rain observatory. He looked at the trees and bowed. Student Lu Yin greets the headmaster. The crazy headmaster walked through the rain and slowly descended onto the rain observatory. He faced Lu Yin. You don't have to be so polite, Headmaster Lu. Lu Yin replied, since I'm from the Astral Combat Academy, it's only right. The crazy headmaster smiled. Lu Yin was unfamiliar with him at this moment and he was not used to it. He was clearly a crazy old man, but he had become normal. The first time he had seen the crazy headmaster was when he had broken through to the Melder realm. He had almost been killed by the crazy headmaster's shockwaves, and that pressure was still fresh in his mind. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind as if they had just happened yesterday. Although the crazy headmaster was crazy, he had helped Lu Yin several times. He had broken the seal, modified the serious art, forced Xiameng away and protected Stargazing Deck. Even if he was crazy, he had still fulfilled his duties as a headmaster. This old man deserved Lu Yin's respect. Everyone's experience is like a starry sky. Lu Yin, yours is very exciting, the crazy headmaster said calmly. Lu Yin replied, an exciting starry sky is never lonely. The crazy headmaster smiled and raised his hand, allowing the rain to fall onto his palm. You once cultivated in the rain observatory. How does it feel to be here again? Lu Yin looked around. It feels like yesterday. Thank you. Yunfei 1985. I'm tired of it. Zhang Daming. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. These past few days of meetings I've been carsick and I even have the urge to jump out of the car. Despair. Chapter 2797. The crazy headmaster flipped his palm, allowing the rainwater to drip down. Time is fleeting and I don't know if it's real or fake. It's the same for me. I kept climbing the stargazing deck until I went insane, but yesterday's madness led to today's good karma. Only by seeing through the world can one's heart regain its tranquility. This place is very suitable for you. In terms of combat strength, The crazy headmaster was definitely not Lu Yin's match. Although the crazy headmaster had tempered his heart in the mortal world and was extremely strong as a half-step ancestor, he could not compare to Lu Yin, who had ascended to the godhood realm. Lu Yin could fight against an ancestor on his own, but in terms of mental state, Lu Yin could not compare to the crazy headmaster. Not to mention him, even those ancestor realm experts, how many of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the crazy dean? Since ancient times, who dared to say that they could break through to the ancestor realm at any time? Who dared to say that they could still break through after losing their cultivation power and using their past experiences as a medium? Only the crazy headmaster. Everyone's cultivation started with the most basic resources, such as astral sources. The crazy headmaster was the same, but he had walked down a path that no one had ever walked before. The end of this path could not be seen, just like Lu Yin. No one could guide him on this path and he could only fumble around on his own. Lu Yin looked at the crazy headmaster solemnly. "Headmaster, I have something that I need your help with." The crazy headmaster looked at Lu Yin with a calm expression. "Speak. If the above heaven is in danger, I hope that you can break through to the ancestor realm and protect the above heaven and the fifth mainland." Lu Yin said solemnly. The crazy headmaster laughed. "Are you so sure that I can break through to the ancestor realm? Let me tell you clearly, I have not broken through the 3 stages. This was also what surprised Lu Yin. Kuei Luo was certain that the crazy headmaster could break through to the ancestor realm. He had said that the normal obstacles of breaking through to the ancestor realm were not an obstacle to the crazy headmaster, and he should have been referring to the 3 stages. But the crazy headmaster had not broken through the 3 stages, so how could he break through to the ancestor realm? No one had ever done it before. "Can you break through to the ancestor realm?" Lu Yin asked directly. The crazy headmaster smiled. "What do you think?" "Yes." "Why?" "A feeling." "Lu Yin, have you graduated?" Lu Yin did not expect the crazy headmaster to suddenly ask this. He immediately replied, "No." The crazy headmaster clasped his hands behind his back. "If you haven't graduated, then I still have the responsibility as the headmaster." Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he slowly bowed. "Can please teach me?" The crazy headmaster looked into the distance. Ancestor Ascension. What is the purpose of breaking through the 3 stages? In order to transform the inner world of a half-martial ancestor into the ancestral world. In order to give life to the ancestral world. In order to transform the world within one's body. On the other hand, if I can change the world inside my body, is it important to pass the 3 stages? Lu Yin stared at the crazy dean in shock. Was it really that important to pass 3 stages? Of course it was important. Did he need to consider this question? Since ancient times, no matter who it was, breaking through to the ancestral realm required a primordial item and 3 stages. This was an unchanging rule. Only by obtaining a primordial item could one transform their inner world into the ancestral world. And only then could the ancestral world become lively and give birth to all kinds of existences. Only then would he be able to use his ancestral world to change the universe's starry sky. But to the crazy headmaster that didn't seem to be important at all. The crazy headmaster raised his head and looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. The result has been achieved. The process can be changed. I use the world of mortals to refine my heart. Then I can use the world of mortals as my ancestral world. The world of mortals is me and I am the world of mortals. As long as the world of mortals exists, I will not change. Tell me, do you think the red dust is more important than the origin object? Is it too big to be angry? Lu Yin's heart trembled. The world of mortals is me? I am the world of mortals? Was this the headmaster's path of breaking through to the ancestral realm? He had experienced insanity and seen through the world. He had also seen through his own path of becoming an ancestral realm. He had not learned from his predecessors and had broken through himself. This was the true path of becoming an ancestral realm on his own. The ancient path master had created a battle force cultivation method that allowed a mortal's body to stand shoulder to shoulder with ancestral realm cultivators. The Grim Reaper had created death chi and used fate to divine the past and future. Which one of these had not been self-created? The crazy headmaster was also creating his own. Lu Yin bowed deeply to the crazy headmaster. This student understands. Thank you for your guidance. The crazy headmaster said, as I said earlier, Lu Yin, your path in the universe is very exciting. I hope that you will be able to walk a path that has never been seen before. He then turned back to Lu Yin. I am willing to pave the way for you. Lu Yin was deeply grateful. Astral 10 was the school that had enlightened him when he had first stepped into the world of cultivation, and now, it had once again given him pointers when he was about to break through. This was the Astral Combat Academy, his alma mater, his home. He had a premonition that once the crazy headmaster broke through to Ancestral Realm, his strength would be unimaginable. As he walked out of the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin thought of Big Sis. He wondered how she was doing and when she would be able to regain the strength of the Netherworld ancestor. He immediately contacted Haizij Lian, but the person who answered was Haizij Lian. Qingqing is in seclusion. Haizij Lian's thunderous voice exploded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Seclusion? Haizij Lian grinned. He just went into seclusion. I wanted to contact you, but before she went into seclusion she left you a message. After a pause he continued, when I come out I'll help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin laughed. That sounds like something Big Sis would say. Nonsense, why would I lie to you? You don't have to care about the trash from the 4 cardinal scales. Leave it to her. She can't wait to stand up for you. Haizij Lian was delighted. Lu Yin was delighted. Let's talk about it when I come back. I have my own arrangements for the 4 cardinal scales. Captain, don't let Big Sis be rash and ruin my plans. All right, I'll hold her back for you. Haizij Lian laughed. Lu Yin ended the call and the corners of his lips curled up. One after another they were about to break through. Not to mention Third Uncle and the other Heaven's Gate sect masters from the Above Sky sect who could break through at any time, the crazy headmaster Kue Luo Big Sis, and even the ghost monkey could break through to Ancestor Realm at any time. Once all of them broke through to Ancestor Realm, how many more ancestors would the Above Sky sect gain? Lu Yin didn't dare to think about it. The current Above Sky sect was ignored by the Six Direction Society because there were too many half-step ancestors here. Breaking through to Ancestor Realm was extremely difficult in their eyes, but they didn't know that these people only lacked an opportunity. He was glad that these half-step ancestors had yet to break through to Ancestor Realm and didn't pose a threat to the Six Direction Society. The day when everyone broke through to Ancestor Realm would be the day when the Above Sky sect shone brightly in the Six Direction Society. At that time, no one outside the Above Sky sect would dare to disobey them. The origin space had fallen from its peak to its decline because of the Above Sky sect. If Lu Yin wanted to rebuild the origin space to its peak, it would also start with the Above Sky sect. In the past, the Above Sky sect had the 3 realms, 6 Daoists, 9 mountains, 8 seas and 12 gates of heaven. The current Above Sky sect might just be able to do the same. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He just had to wait. He had to wait for them to break through to Ancestor Realm. He had to wait for himself to break through to Half-Step Ancestor Realm, and even wait for the Lu family to return. The current origin space would eventually undergo a metamorphosis. The more it lay dormant, the more magnificent the metamorphosis would be. That day would definitely come. In the Above Sky sect, Lu Yin returned, and the ghost monkey hurriedly came over to take credit. 7th bro, I found some human-shaped source boxes. As you expected, someone was secretly collecting them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had almost forgotten about the damned monkey. This guy was half a reincarnated progenitor Wuxiang, and there was a high chance that he could break through to Ancestor Realm. The ghost monkey continued to talk about his achievements, but when he saw Lu Yin staring at him, he immediately panicked and took a few steps back. 7th bro, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yin asked. Monkey, can you break through to Ancestor Realm? The ghost monkey blinked and puffed out his chest. I lack a Genesis item. Scram. Lu Yin was speechless. What was the point of talking about lacking a Genesis item? He didn't even have one. Speaking of which, he had to find some time to go to the Sovereign Realm and snatch one, as the 4-way Libra did not lack Genesis items. If he really couldn't find one, he could ask Xianxia to deliver it. The origin space had so many geniuses and he could not waste them. The ghost monkey licked his lips and smiled. 7th bro, the ones secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes are definitely from the Sky Yao tribe. I can smell their scent. Lu Yin said, go and call the Yao Emperor over. All right. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. The Sky Yao tribe? They thought that he did not know that they wanted to revive the desolate god and were secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes. Not only the Yao Emperor but Skyminder Imperial Tutor as well. They had fabricated a lie that Lu Yin could not see through, believing that he had given up on the search for human-shaped source boxes. If not for the fact that the ghost monkey had coincidentally obtained progenitor Wuxiang's memories, Lu Yin would not have cared. They had been secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes, and there was a chance that they could reform the Desolate God one day, but it would be too late by then. The Desolate God was one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms during the Above Sky Sect era, and it was as famous as ancestor Lu Yuan. Its strength was earth-shattering, and it was enough to intimidate an entire continent. Once a Desolate God appeared, who could stop it? Unless the Lu family returned. Even a Grand Empyrean would have a headache. The Yao Emperor and Skyminder Imperial Tutor had hidden their identities too well. Back when Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan had formed an alliance, the 5th mainland had sent people to guard the 4th array base. Although many things had happened after that, the 5th mainland's time poison had been cured, and the Yao Emperor and the others had still gone to guard the 4th array base. However, there was no need for that anymore. The Above Sky Sect and the 4-Way Libra had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and Lu Yin had gone to the Astral Tree domain to flaunt his strength. The Above Sky Sect cultivators had already withdrawn from the battlefield. The Yao Emperor was currently in the Above Sky Sect, and he could not leave without Lu Yin's permission. Not long after, the Yao Emperor requested an audience with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not receive him at the back of the mountain, but rather at the main hall. This was where outsiders were received. The Yao Emperor arrived at the entrance of the main hall and saw the 2nd Night King and Wu Junshi standing there respectfully. The Yao Emperor frowned. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. "Please, Yao Emperor," the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. The Yao Emperor was the current sect master of the Beast Elysium. Although Lu Yin had conquered the Astral Beast domain, he could not kill all of them. Even during the Above Sky Sect era, the Astral Beast had been on the 4th mainland and had been protected by the Desolate God. Now, the Above Sky Sect was trying to subdue them while also trying to rope them in. The Beast Elysium was Lu Yin's answer to the Astral Beast domain. The Yao Emperor walked into the main hall and saw Lu Yin and Leng Qing talking. He had thought that Lu Yin was the only one here. Lu Yin looked up and smiled when he saw the Yao Emperor. "We were just talking about the Celestial Beast Empire. Why don't you come and listen?" Chapter 2798. The Shifter Emperor's expression was cold, but under Lu Yin and Leng Qing's pressure he forced a smile. "There is no Celestial Beast Empire now. We are all disciples of the same sect. Sect Master, please don't joke around." Lu Yin smiled. "It's fine. The sect above heaven is a human sect, but it doesn't prohibit you from forming your own family." The Shifter Emperor sat across from Leng Qing. He did not want to sit across from Leng Qing. Leng Qing was constantly emitting a sharp aura that was even stronger than when she was a half-progenitor. She should have restrained herself after breaking through to progenitor, but Leng Qing gave the Shifter Emperor the feeling that she would attack at any moment. The astral beasts are unruly and difficult to tame. They imitate humans and build cities and academies. I have destroyed many of them in the astral beast domain and slaughtered a bunch of them. I hope they will listen to me, Leng Qing said in a cold voice that reeked of blood. The Shifter Emperor's gaze turned cold and he forced himself to lower his eyes so that Leng Qing would not notice. The current Leng Qing was not the same as before. She was now in progenitor. Lu Yin glanced at the Shifter Emperor and smiled. "You can't say that. Both humans and astral beasts are creatures of the universe. They have the right to pursue an intelligent civilization." Leng Qing said stiffly, "Humans will always be the rulers of all things. Although they might not be as intelligent as astral beasts at birth, humans are good at creation and are willing to weave lies to perfect their civilization. This is something that astral beasts will never be able to do. Our ancestors said that we cannot give astral beasts the chance to surpass humans. Otherwise, they will be even more ruthless and cold-blooded when they enslave humans." The Shifter Emperor listened silently. Leng Qing stared at the Shifter Emperor. "Sect Master, I am willing to imitate the Grim Reaper and brand the astral beasts with fear that will pass on their bloodline." The Shifter Emperor suddenly raised his head and saw Leng Qing's murderous gaze. This gaze made the Shifter Emperor swallow the words he wanted to say. He felt a chill down his spine. He was very sure that if he didn't perform well, Leng Qing would directly stab him. Compared to Leng Qing, the sect above heaven sect would not say anything for him. Leng Qing's aura was unparalleled, and the Shifter Emperor felt as if a blade was hanging over his neck. His entire body trembled. This was not fear but an instinctive reaction when one faced with a life-and-death crisis. The astral beast's reaction was even more obvious. The Shifter Emperor and Leng Qing's eyes met, stared at each other for half a minute. Lu Yin was satisfied. There's no need to be so extreme. In this era the astral beasts are different from the era of above heaven. Don't you agree? Demon Emperor Sect Master? The Shifter Emperor exhaled and rose to his feet respectfully. Dao Lord, after so many years the giant astral beasts have learned a lot from the human civilization. In the future they will continue to learn from the humans. I hope that Dao Lord and the sect above heaven will supervise them. Hearing this, Leng Qing's sharpness was immediately restrained. The Shifter Emperor understood. He came here today to be beaten. But why? Currently the astral beast domain did not even have a single half-progenitor, so why would Lu Yin target them? Could it be? His face paled. Had someone discovered his humanoid source box? That was impossible. Only the imperial tutor and himself knew about this matter. No one else could have known about it. Even Zhou Xian did not know, let alone Lu Yin. For countless years, the astral beast domain had kept this matter a secret in order to guard against the humans. They had only told each generation of Yao emperors, and only 2 people in each generation knew about this matter. One was the Yao emperor of that generation, and the other was Imperial Tutor Skyminder. It was impossible for Lu Yin to have a way to find out about this. Then why did he hit him? This wasn't just a beating, it was a threat. He had no doubt that if he disobeyed, Leng Qing would slash at him. Lu Yin sized up the Shifter Emperor. When will you break through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor bitterly replied, far away. Lu Yin looked straight at the Shifter Emperor and opened his celestial eye. In an instant he saw a giant heavenly Yao. This was the Shifter Emperor's main body. Heavenly Yao seemed to be condensed from spiritual force. Although they were astral beasts, no matter how one looked at them, they were the amalgamation of spiritual force. It was no wonder that no one could compare to Heavenly Yao in terms of spiritual force. With Heavenly Yao's talent in spiritual force, once you break through to the progenitor realm, you will be extremely powerful. Lu Yin sighed and did not allow the Shifter Emperor to speak. He looked at Leng Qing and asked, has there ever been a Heavenly Yao who broke through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor subconsciously looked at Leng Qing as he was also curious. The Heavenly Yao originated from the 4th mainland, but as the continents shattered, the fragments of the 4th mainland and the 5th mainland merged to form the current astral beast domain. Their understanding of their race's history had also become incomplete. If not for Imperial Tutor Skyminder, he would not even know about the Desolate God. However, he knew that the Heavenly Yao had progenitors. Leng Qing had a certain right to speak about that era. Leng Qing and the Shifter Emperor looked at each other. Yes. Lu Yin was not surprised. Kuei Luo had once said that the Lu family's ancient records stated that the Heavenly Yao was an extremely powerful race in the 4th mainland and had produced progenitors. He wanted to confirm this now, as he had never thought of asking before. The Shifter Emperor's eyes burned with passion. Has there really been a progenitor? Although there had been progenitors for generations, the Shifter Emperor did not know how to break through to the progenitor realm. From what he knew of history, there had never been a progenitor Heavenly Yao, so he felt that it was unreal. Leng Qing said, yes, there was an ancestral Heavenly Yao in the 4th mainland. The ancestral Heavenly Yao resolved the disaster of gluttony. The Shifter Emperor's breathing quickened. It was true. Their race could break through to the progenitor realm. Leng Qing had confirmed the legend. Astral beasts were different from humans. Humans had to break through 3 stages to break through to the progenitor realm. However, due to the unique nature of astral beasts, some races did not need to break through the 3 stages. The Heavenly Yao was one such race. They were the amalgamation of spiritual force. Even if they were given an item of origin, it would be useless. Generations of Shifter Emperors wanted to break through to the progenitor realm, but they did not know how to do it. They would rather break through the 3 stages and reach the progenitor realm than cultivate aimlessly. Generations of Shifter Emperors died, and the Heavenly Yao's inability to break through to the progenitor realm became an ironclad rule. Now the Shifter Emperor saw hope. As long as he could confirm that the Heavenly Yao could break through to the progenitor realm, he would have a direction to cultivate. However, that ancestral Heavenly Yao did not have a good ending. Leng Qing was indifferent. He was killed by the Grim Reaper. The Shifter Emperor was stunned and looked at Lung Qing in a daze. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Killed by the Grim Reaper? Lung Qing stared at the Shifter Emperor. Anyone who wants to rebel against the Above Heaven sect and the progenitor should be killed. The ancestral Heavenly Yao publicly slandered the progenitor and claimed that his spiritual force was unbreakable. He even clamored to join forces with the Desolate God to break the Fourth Mainland away from the Above Heaven sect. In the end, he was killed by the Grim Reaper and deserved to die. This matter caused a huge commotion in our era and led to the Grim Reaper's purge of the Fourth Mainland. It also led to a battle between the Grim Reaper and the Desolate God. We do not know the final result. We only know that the ancestral Heavenly Yao completely disappeared from that era and never appeared again. The Shifter Emperor fell silent. Lu Yin longed for the Grim Reaper. He was truly a legendary existence. He had seen the Grim Reaper several times when he had absorbed the aura of death. He had seen the Grim Reaper face countless powerful astral beasts and stain the skies with his blood. The Grim Reaper was the Above Heaven sect's executioner who specialized in suppressing astral beasts. To humans he was a guardian. He had single-handedly killed astral beasts and caused their fear to be passed down from generation to generation. This was the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin clearly remembered that he had used the Grim Reaper transformation to suppress the astral beast domain. That was an innate suppression that was branded into the astral beast's bones and bloodline. Lu Yin looked at the Shifter Emperor and knew that he had achieved his goal today. Lung Qing's threat and the Grim Reaper's fear were enough to make the Shifter Emperor behave for a while. If not for the fact that he needed to stabilize the astral beast domain, he would have killed the Shifter Emperor directly. However, he had other plans in mind. The Desolate God's existence was a variable, and perhaps one day this variable would be useful. Not long after, the Shifter Emperor retreated. Lung Qing stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. She looked into the distance. If it has any other thoughts, let me kill it. Lu Yin replied, I still have a use for it. Lung Qing looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Even though I don't know why the progenitor kept those astral beasts alive, there was a speculation back in our era that the Desolate God was the progenitor's mount. The progenitor took pity on the Desolate God's innate talent and could not bear to kill it. In the end, the Desolate God grew into one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and protected the astral beast domain. The Grim Reaper had to face the Grim Reaper himself. Headmaster, this cannot happen again. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. In a certain parallel space-time of the boundless battlefield, there were lines everywhere. Even the planets were in the shape of lines. They were rolling slowly like rolling cylindrical continents. From afar they looked like lines. Even the celestial bodies were in the shape of lines. There were hundreds of empires of various sizes on this line of land, and they were constantly at war. This place was not disturbed by the Eternals, and the people on this land did not even know what the Eternals were. The strongest of them could not even set foot in outer space. On this day, darkness enveloped the land and completely swallowed it up along with the hundreds of empires. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened, filled with anger and killing intent. Wuxia, you can't kill me. Once I obtain Wu Fa Celestial Eye, I'll surpass you and let you have a taste of being swallowed by darkness. Little brat from the Lu family, just you wait. I'll find you soon. You can't even use the power of Wu Fa Celestial Eye. And Lu Bujing, don't even think about escaping. In the 3 sovereigns' spacetime, the rainbow wall had completely disappeared, and the monarch aura lingered around the entire spacetime. All that was left were ruins and countless shattered spaceships floating in space. The 3 sovereigns' spacetime had completely become the Eternals' backyard. Eternal kingdoms appeared one after another, and one of them was very close to the passage to the 5th mainland. Although it was called an Eternal Kingdom, there was no one in it. The people of the 3 sovereigns' spacetime had all been taken away by Lu Yin. These Eternal Kingdoms were equivalent to empty cities, and these empty cities were left behind for the 5th mainland. This place was too close to the 5th mainland and it was only separated by a seal. It was only a matter of time before the seal was broken. Far away, Luo Shan stood quietly in the starry sky, looking at the seal with a cold gaze. He would not let the primordial space off so easily. Even if the Eternals did not open this seal, he would do everything he could to open it. The primordial space, above heaven, Lu Yin, Qin Lu, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be buried with the 3 sovereigns' spacetime. Also the Star-Lords should all die. Chapter 2799. Lu Yin returned to the void god spacetime as Xianxia. He had not gone into seclusion this time, and he had only left the void god spacetime after meeting the Void Master. When Lu Yin met Su Wuji again, the other party looked at him strangely. There were no fools among those who could cultivate to the progenitor realm, and even if there were, they would appear to be fools. Su Wuji was clearly not the latter, and he was quite clever. Lu Yin believed that he had guessed something. He had just met the Void Master and then disappeared. The Void Master had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the origin space should become one of the 6 direction associations. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Although his guess was a bit absurd, Void Extreme still believed in his own guess. If his guess was correct, then this Xianxia was a ruthless person. Academy Master, I'm going to panic if you look at me like that, Lu Yin teased. Su Wuji took off his sunglasses and stared at Lu Yin seriously. I've seen how big a person's heart and courage can be. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked with interest. Su Wuji sneered but did not elaborate. The Shaoyin divinity wants to see you. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Shaoyin divinity? He had schemed against the 3 monarchs spacetime and thought of a way to bring the origin space into one of the 6 direction societies. In order to avoid being seen by the Shaoyin divinity, he had asked Elder Dan Gu to lead the Shaoyin divinity to the endless battlefield. The Shaoyin divinity should have returned by now. Why does he want to see me? Lu Yin did not understand. Su Wuji shrugged and put on his sunglasses. I don't know. His disciple Xiaogu has been waiting for you. I told her that you had an epiphany after viewing the Eternal Darkness card and went into seclusion. She stayed in the red domain and waited for you to appear. Did you offend Divine Sovereign Shaoyin? He asked with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He was sure that Su Wuji had guessed something, or else he would not have spoken to him in such a tone. If he still thought that Lu Yin was Xianxia, then he should be worried and thinking of ways to protect Lu Yin, not gloating. This kind of tone was something that only people of similar status would use. Academy Master, can I trouble you with something? Lu Yin looked at Su Wuji. Can you help me invite Senior Su Wei? Void Spirit raised his eyebrows. You can't take it anymore? Lu Yin calmly replied, it's not time yet. Void Extreme agreed. To be honest, I don't like Supreme Deity Shaoyin. That guy is too sinister. Many of the killings were caused by him. You have to work harder. Not only do you get through it, but you have to suppress it. Many people will be grateful to you. After saying that, he left. Lu Yin appeared at the top of the clock tower and looked in a certain direction. Xiaogu was there. Her face was like a fox's and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her entire body was filled with charisma, and because she wore a long golden robe, she had a noble air about her. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators from the red domain, but no one dared to approach her. She walked alone through the red domain and waited for Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry and he simply looked at him. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was truly hateful. The Lost Clan Void Extreme and even Luo Shan hated him. Once he was abandoned by the Grand Empyrean, there would be many people who would kick him while he was down. No, it should be said that they would beat him while he was down. He wondered why the Shaoyin divinity was looking for him. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Back in the red domain, Xiaogu stopped and looked at the clock tower. She couldn't see Lu Yin, but she felt as if a pair of eyes were looking down at her. It felt as if she was looking at her master. Was it Void Extreme? After all, he was an extremely strong powerhouse. She frowned slightly as she wasn't used to being looked down upon. With that in mind, she walked towards the clock tower. However, she was unable to ascend the clock tower, as only the higher-ups of the Heaven's Reflection Manor were allowed to enter. She was an outsider, so she was stopped at the bottom. Lu Yin quietly waited for Void Wei. A few days later, Void Extreme notified Lu Yin that he would be arriving soon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was time. He wanted to see what Divine Sovereign Shaoyin wanted to do. Invite Miss Xiaogu to ascend the clock tower. Lu Yin's voice traveled to Guan Laoda's ears. Guan Laoda's expression changed and he walked towards Xiaogu. Xiaogu's eyes swept over the clock tower. Who invited me? Senior Void Extreme? It's Xianxia, Guan Laoda replied. Xiaogu's eyes trembled. Xianxia? The clock tower? Had he been up there all this time or had he just gone there? She stepped forward and entered the clock tower, arriving in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Miss Xiaogu, it's been a long time. Xiao Gu's smile was filled with a different kind of charm. Did you just come out of seclusion? That's right. Eternal darkness is broad and profound, and I had a sudden epiphany. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Yin gestured for her to enter. Xiao Gu sat down and smiled. Congratulations, Acting Academy Master. If you can comprehend eternal darkness, you will become an expert like Senior Xiangu in the future. In the Void God spacetime, perhaps only the Void Master can surpass you or even be surpassed by you. Lu Yin smiled. Miss, you can't speak carelessly. The Void God spacetime civilization originated from the Void Master. Anyone who cultivates the power of the Void God spacetime cannot surpass the Void Master, and I am no exception. I heard that you came here to look for me. What orders do you have for me? Xiaogu smiled. I don't dare to order you, but my master wants to invite Xianxia to the Shadow Realm. He has something he needs your help with. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Shadow Realm was where Divinity Xiaoyin spent most of his time. It was like the 9 skies and 10 earths to the Grand Empyreans. That was Divinity Xiaoyin's territory, and it was filled with his people. If he went to the Shadow Realm and Divinity Xiaoyin tried to harm him, he might not even be able to escape. Lu Yin knew that he was very strong, especially after obtaining the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law, which allowed him to see through all weaknesses. He could dance on the tip of Xiaxinji's divine sword domain, but he was still useless against someone like Divinity Xiaoyin, who had touched the sequence of laws. The difference between their levels was too great, and Old Monster Mo was an example. Even when he joined forces with the Game of 1,000 Faces, he could not even hurt Old Monster Mo. Seeing that Lu Yin did not speak, Xiao Gu leaned forward and stared at him. Acting Academy Master, what are you worried about? You can tell me directly. Lu Yin met Xiao Gu's gaze, and his gaze was calm. Why does Divinity Xiaoyin want me to go to the Shadow Realm? Xiao Gu smiled. My master has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Could it be that Acting Academy Master is afraid that my master will harm you? That's not it, Lu Yin said. Xiao Gu said, my master is one of the 3 sovereigns of reincarnation spacetime. If he wants to harm Acting Academy Master, he does not necessarily need to ask you to go to the Shadow Realm. This is equivalent to giving Void Master something to criticize. Acting Academy Master is someone who has met Void Master before, so my master will treat you with respect no matter what. Besides, he has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. Unless Acting Academy Master does not want to give my master face. At this point, Lu Yin could not say anything else. Xiao Gu had forced him to the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, he was not stupid. If you don't want to give face, then don't. Why? Must you give Divinity Xiaoyin face? Su Wuwei had arrived. He stepped out of the void and appeared beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin was secretly delighted, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Xiao Gu's expression changed and she stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei's expression was cold, but he was holding an unknown beast leg that emitted a tempting aroma. His mouth was covered in oil and he looked sloppy. Little girl, why is Divinity Xiaoyin looking for Xianxia? Xiao Gu had not expected Su Wuwei to come. Senior, I do not know. Su Wuwei sat down and took a bite of the beast leg. I was the one who led Xianxia on her journey. I have the final say on where she can go and where she can't go. Go tell Divinity Xiaoyin to come directly if he needs anything. Go to the Shadow Realm. Xiao Gu was helpless and felt wronged. Senior, if I do not complete my master's task, I will be punished. Su Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Is that so? It is not right for a delicate girl like you to be punished. He then looked at Lu Yin. Xianxia, do you have the heart to do this? Xiao Gu looked at Lu Yin pitifully. Lu Yin was speechless. He did not know what Su Wuwei wanted. Did he not like him? The next moment both Lu Yin and Xiao Gu were stunned. Only Su Wuwei laughed. That's enough. Xiaoyin punished you and I rewarded you. Let's call it even. Go back. Lu Yin stared blankly at the broken beast leg that Xiao Gu had bitten off several times. How was this possible? Xiao Gu's expression was sluggish as she stared at the beast leg in her mouth and screamed. Her screams spread throughout the red domain, attracting many people's attention. Guan Lao De Yu Pai and the rest all looked at the clock tower, exchanging glances. The Acting Academy Master was a beast. Su Wuji blinked and looked at the clock tower with admiration. As expected of Senior Su Wuwei, his thoughts were clear. Atop the clock tower, Xiaogu spat out the beast leg and wiped her mouth as if she had been greatly humiliated. She had actually eaten the beast leg that Su Wuwei had bitten off several times. Disgusting, disgusting, too disgusting, that old bastard. Lu Yin sympathized and looked at the oil on Xiaogu's face. Xiaogu could no longer keep up her pretense and she looked up fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying void god's power descended, and it felt as if the world was collapsing. Xiaogu sank into oblivion, her brain, thoughts and everything else crumbling. Little girl, are you looking down on me? Su Wei's voice echoed in Xiaogu's ears, replacing her world as it echoed over and over again. Are you looking down on me? Me. Xiaogu's eyes glazed over as she unconsciously knelt down, her entire body trembling like a frightened pet. Lu Yin moved his finger. What power? Even though he had not personally experienced it, he knew what Xiaogu was facing. Old Monster Mo's great dark sky had rendered them defenseless, and at this moment, Su Wei gave Xiaogu a feeling of extreme despair. It was as if the sky had collapsed and her faith had crumbled. A trace of saliva dripped from the corner of Xiaogu's mouth and fell to the ground. She trembled as she prostrated herself as if she had gone mad. Su Wei's expression softened. All right, get up. Xiaogu's eyes trembled and she slowly regained her clarity. Her thoughts also recovered and she looked around. The closest thing to her was the beast leg that she had thrown away. However, this filthy beast leg was so huge that if she had another chance she would not have dared to throw it away. Xiaogu raised her head with great difficulty, her pale face devoid of blood. She fearfully looked at Su Wei. As senior, please forgive me for my disrespect. Chapter 2800. Su Wei's mouth was still stained with oil, but he was incomparably tall at this moment. Forget it, go back. Tell Xiaoyin to find Xianxia himself. Xianxia will not go to the Shadow Realm. Xiaogu did not dare to talk nonsense. He used all his strength to get up, panting heavily, and bowed deeply to Su Wei. Junior understands. I will leave now. Since Su Wei's arrival, Lu Yin had not said a word. He watched Xiaogu leave weakly. This was how the weak lost their dignity in front of the strong and had to thank the strong for showing mercy. What a waste. Su Wei shook his head and turned the beast leg on the ground into nothingness. Lu Yin was grateful. Senior, thank you for your help. Su Wei looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Call me senior. Your lifespan will be shortened. Lu Yin looked at Su Wei and saw that his eyes were full of surprise and curiosity, but there was no dissatisfaction. Senior knows. Su Wei sighed. I admire you, Sect Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior, Su Wei told you? Su Wei only told me, Su Wei said. Lu Yin sat down. Since his identity was exposed, there was no need to pretend. With his identity, even Su Wei and Su Wei were on equal footing. Of course, his cultivation was far from enough. Identity was identity. He represented the Genesis space. Su Wei looked at Lu Yin. If Su Wei did not say it himself, I would not have believed it. Which of your words are true and which are false? Lu Yin did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought for a while and said, in the Genesis space, the fate of countless people is in my hands. When I first came into contact with the Six Direction Society, Yuan Sage looked down on me and slandered me. He even connected to the battlefield beside the above heaven and led the Eternals in to destroy the above heaven. The four direction scales helped the Xiaoyin divinity. The three sovereigns universe wanted to replace the Genesis space and become its master. At that time there were very few progenitors in the above heaven. They were not enough to deal with the four direction scales, let alone the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin looked at Su Wei. At that time, even a Yuan sage could consign the above heaven sect to eternal damnation. One word from him and the above heaven sect would follow his orders. Me and the above heaven sect were walking on the edge of a cliff. All we thought about was survival. Su Wei looked deeply at Lu Yin. So you entered the Six Direction Society alone to understand it? Lu Yin stood up and looked outside the clock tower. There's no other way. Su Wei praised. At first I didn't like you, I even hated you. I don't like people who get involved in power struggles, I don't like people who scheme against others, and I don't like people who use me and the virtual god spacetime as a stepping stone. Fortunately, you didn't use the void god space. Even if the void master helped you, you would have gone to him directly and told him your identity. To be honest, there aren't many things in this universe that can be like you. Lu Yin bitterly replied, who doesn't want to have someone backing them up? I also hope to have a powerhouse like a Grand Empyrean standing behind me. If I don't like someone, I can just fight them without considering the consequences. If I can't win, I can just threaten them. I also want to be carefree and walk to the peak as a proud son of heaven. I also want to compete with my peers. There's no need to bow to this senior today. Tomorrow I'll bow to that senior. I also want to stand tall. Even if there are strong people forcing me, there will be people who will stand up for me. I also want to tell people everywhere I go. My name is Lu Yin. I can be called Lu Xian. I don't have any other names. Long Qi Hao Xianxia, they are all fake. I also want to get rid of mountains. I don't have to think about others. I don't have to bear those favors, those feelings and those debts. Lu Yin's tone was low. But I can't. I have too many ties, too many things to do, too many favors to repay and too many grudges to avenge. Then he turned to look at Su Wuwei. I have a righteous cause and a responsibility that I must bear. For this, I would rather put aside my hatred for the time being and work with the four directions balance to expel the Eternals from the primordial space. I'm willing to sacrifice for humanity and do many things that I didn't have to do. I force myself to do this. I don't blame others and I don't expect others to understand me. However, I know that there will always be people who will understand me and help me. There are many in the primordial space and there are also many in the Six Directions Guild. There will be more in the future. Senior, my gratitude is real. I, Lu Yin, am willing to apologize for lying. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Su Wuwei raised a hand to stop Lu Yin from bowing and helped him up. He smiled. I don't blame you. I just admire you. You're still young but you've shouldered everything. There are many things that you shouldn't have shouldered. Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. I've experienced many things. Naturally I'll bear them. Su Wuwei shook his head and sighed. The primordial space has experienced its greatest glory. In that era, any powerhouse could run amok in the Six Directions Guild. They would never have imagined that the future of the primordial space would be entrusted to a child like you. You have to be careful of Sovereign Xiaoyin. This person is too sinister. There were many times when he might have been removed from his position as one of the three sovereigns, but he managed to stabilize it several times. One time he sacrificed your Lu family to preserve his position. Lu Yin was puzzled. You mean to banish the Lu family? Su Wuwei nodded. Sovereign Xiaoyin had made major mistakes in the endless battlefield, but he was always able to preserve his position with the Grand Empyreans. It was the same that time. He saw through the Grand Empyrean's heart and proposed banishing the Lu family. He used the excuse that the Lu family would bear the sins of the above heaven sect to save himself from the grief of being a sovereign. Not many people know about this, but those who do look down on him. Void Master, even Great Elder Gu and the Wood God are the same. His position was preserved at the expense of your Lu family. Lu Yin really did not know about this. The banishment of the Lu family had implicated too many things. Wang Fan Sovereign Xiao. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. Su Wuwei walked to the side of the clock tower. Sovereign Xiaoyin might be looking for you because he wants to use your reputation as Xianxi's agent. Lu Yin also thought about it. If his identity had not been exposed, his greatest value to Sovereign Xiaoyin would have been to capture agents. As for eternal darkness, Sovereign Xiaoyin definitely wanted it, but he did not dare to do so. Otherwise he would definitely anger the Lost Clan and the losses would outweigh the gains. Lu Yin had originally thought that Sovereign Xiaoyin would need at least a few days to arrive in the Red Domain or even longer. He had already thought it through and during this time he could ask Su Wuwei some questions about cultivation, especially regarding the laws of the sequence. But before he could say anything, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin arrived unexpectedly quickly. Lu Yin was even more curious about Sovereign Xiaoyin's motives. What was he trying to do? Atop the clock tower in the Red Domain, the golden-robed Sovereign Xiaoyin conversed with Su Wuwei with a smile on his face. They seemed to be on good terms. Su Wuji stood to the side with his hands behind his back, while Lu Yin stood beside him. The difference in status was obvious. I originally thought that you did not care about Xianxia. Looks like you did not care about Xianxia when you rejected Gon in the Lost Clan. He glanced at Lu Yin who was standing nearby. Su Wuwei dug out a beast leg from somewhere and chewed on it with relish. Before he can protect himself, this kid shouldn't run around. It's not safe. What? My Taiyin realm is not safe either? Sovereign Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. Su Wei chuckled and glanced at Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he did not speak. Sovereign Xiaoyin stared at him for a while before bursting into laughter. You old thing, you're still so protective. Don't worry, I won't harm him. On the contrary, I have something I need his help with. Su Wei put down the beast leg and wiped his mouth, which was a rare sight. You're Sovereign Xiaoyin, but you actually said, please, to a junior. To be honest, I'm panicking. Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was solemn. This is a serious matter. If not for this, I would not have been in such a hurry to find you. This concerns a spy. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So Sovereign Xiaoyin really wanted to capture a spy? He did not know if Sovereign Xiaoyin wanted to capture a real spy or a fake one. That was just what Lu Yin was thinking, but Su Wei directly said, Are you really a spy? Or do you think you are? These words were not polite at all, and Su Wei wanted to cheer. Fortunately, he had invited Senior Su Wei, or else he would not have been able to stop Sovereign Xiaoyin. Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before he quickly recovered. Of course I'm a spy, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. However, the other party's status is high and they lack strong evidence. Thus, I want to ask Xianxia to help me investigate. As long as you can find evidence, I will personally report it to the Grand Empyrean. He then looked at Lu Yin. How about it? Xianxia, capturing spies is your responsibility and mission. It is also something you swore to do. Lu Yin looked at Sovereign Xiaoyin. If it really is a spy, Xianxia will not shirk his duty. Good. As long as you can help me confirm that this person is a spy and find evidence, I will definitely report it to the Grand Empyrean. Just tell me what you want. Even if the Grand Empyrean is unwilling, I will do my best to get it done for you, Sovereign Xiaoyin praised. Su Wei frowned. After talking for so long, who is this spy you're talking about? Su Wuji looked on curiously. He also wanted to know who Sovereign Xiaoyin was so concerned about. Sovereign Xiaoyin looked at Su Wei. This is a serious matter. In order to prevent information from being leaked, Brother Wu Wei should not listen. Su Wei let out a strange laugh, took out another beast leg and ate it without saying a word. Sovereign Xiaoyin said, I will definitely give Brother Wu Wei an explanation after this, but before that, this matter must be kept a secret. I hope Brother Wu Wei can forgive me. Su Wei continued to eat the beast leg and ignored Sovereign Xiaoyin. He crossed his legs and swung them up and down uncomfortably. Sovereign Xiaoyin's eyes flashed coldly. Many people in the Six Direction Association did not like him, and Su Wei was one of them. Although the two of them were polite on the surface, in reality in the endless battlefield, if one party was in trouble, the other party would definitely not save them. And now he was actually asking for Su Wei's help, which was unbearable. This disgusting old thing. If not for Xianxia, Sovereign Xiaoyin would have just left. Suppressing his anger, Sovereign Xiaoyin said in a gentle tone, Brother Wu Wei, you know very well that capturing spies cannot be made public. This spy's status is special enough to alert the Grand Empyrean. Please understand. He then suddenly looked at Su Wuji. As the Lord of the Horizon Hall, Su Wuji, you should know the rules of capturing spies. Chapter 2801. Su Wuji did not expect the divine Xiaoyin to ask him to speak, and he was at a loss. Although he was also an extreme powerhouse, he was too weak in front of the divine Xiaoyin. Lu Yin continued, Senior, do you want to speak to me alone? The divine Xiaoyin looked at Lu Yin and nodded. This is a serious matter. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin repeated the words extremely important 3 times. This matter was indeed extremely important to him. Lu Yin looked at Su Wei. Su Wei finished the beast leg. If you want to speak alone, sure, but you have to be within my line of sight. At worst, I won't listen. The divine Xiaoyin's eyes flashed and he thought for a moment. All right. Su Wei patted his clothes with his greasy hands, got up and looked at Lu Yin. Kid, your ability to capture spies comes from the Taishan domain. You clearly have someone like me who has mastered it, but you chose to use you. I don't know what some people are thinking. Anyway, be careful. With that, he walked out of the clock tower. The divine Xiaoyin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji hurriedly left as well. After they left, Divinity Xiaoyin's expression visibly relaxed, but his gaze had also become much sterner. He had an inviolable and lofty aura about him as he stared at Lu Yin. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. You can't leak anything or you'll be doomed. Lu Yin blinked. Then I won't listen. The divine Xiaoyin was stunned as he did not expect Lu Yin to say this. This person was just a junior, and even if he had Su Wuwei's support, where did he get the courage to speak to him like this? How many years had it been? The divine Xiaoyin could not remember how many years it had been since someone had dared to speak to him like this. What was this? Was this an expression of dissatisfaction? The divine Xiaoyin looked deeply at Lu Yin, and for a moment he forgot to speak. Lu Yin met the divine Xiaoyin's gaze without fear. He was sure that the divine Xiaoyin wanted to use his reputation, so he was not afraid of him attacking him. Moreover, he had invited Su Wuwei and spoken to him from the bottom of his heart, and Su Wuwei had been so protective of him. Senior, I'll take my leave. Lu Yin was about to leave. The divine Xiaoyin frowned and unconsciously released an unimaginable pressure. Xianxia, how dare you be rude to me? Lu Yin faced divinity Xiaoyin head-on, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was a feeling that he had only experienced when facing Elder Imo before. They were on the same level, and divinity Xiaoyin was indeed an existence that had come into contact with the sequence particles. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and Lu Yin's face paled. He had been faking it. Sovereign Xiaoyin had been wary of the Void 5 flavors and had not dared to do anything. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was currently Xianxia, and his cultivation was low. Even if it was just a bit of his aura, he should not have been able to withstand it. Gradually, Lu Yin's face grew paler and paler. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he clenched his fists. Senior, Su Wuwei is still here. The Xiaoyin divinity snorted. Do you really think that Su Wuwei can help you? You dare to be rude to me? So what if the Phantom Master is here? Lu Yin stubbornly refused to back down. Senior, you're the one who said that there's no hope for redemption. Junior doesn't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to keep the secret. Therefore, Senior should look for someone else. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's eyes widened. If I say it's you, then it's you. Even if Su Wuwei doesn't agree, it has to be you. This is what you must do. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. He did not speak, but his gaze did not waver. After a while, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's pressure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell over. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're not bad. You were able to endure my pressure for so long. You're more suitable for this task. Lu Yin frowned and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Don't look at me like that. After doing this, you'll definitely gain more benefits than you can imagine. In the Six Direction Society you can get whatever you want. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. His golden robes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an air of nobility. The manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, or rather the Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor. The position of one of the 9 sages, and you'll never enter the endless battlefield. You can just say whatever you want. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's lips curled up. Zhou Xian once wanted this position, but unfortunately he overestimated himself. Although his goal was to numb the Void Master, he truly wanted to do so. He wanted the Heaven's Mirror Manor to be different from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the Six Direction Society's privileges. Zhou Xian couldn't do it, but you can. Aside from that, I can also make a special request to the Grand Empyreans so that you can never enter the endless battlefield. Lu Yin was shocked. That's impossible. Everyone has to enter the endless battlefield. Even the Grand Empyreans are no exception. There are always loopholes in everything. The so-called never entering the endless battlefield means that you won't have to go to those dangerous battlefields. On one hand, there will be people helping you earn merits, and on the other hand, you can freely stay in the safe battlefields. Once you have enough battle merits, you can leave. This is the method to never enter the endless battlefield, and many people do this. Otherwise, why do you think people like us stay in the Six Direction Society? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin moved closer to Lu Yin. Xianxia, do you still want to do it? Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself for a moment. Are you really going to capture a spy? Absolutely. You're not slandering me? Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's gaze turned cold. Seems like Su Wuwei has told you a lot. He told you that if you want to live and be free, you have to be selfish. If you don't do something, someone else will. Why don't you do it yourself and gain benefits for yourself? Some people are just too stupid and cling to their so-called bottom line. Bottom lines are always meant to be broken. Lu Yin had never thought that such an extreme powerhouse like Divine Venerable Zhou Yin, one of the three sovereigns, would actually say such words in broad daylight. Divine Venerable Zhou Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside the clock tower with cold arrogance. Su Wuwei and the others have rigid thinking and they will die sooner or later. However, I'm different. I can live for a long time and I can live freely and freely. The lives of others have nothing to do with me, so why should I consider others? He looked at Lu Yin. As long as you can seek benefits for yourself, what does the fate of others have to do with you? Lu Yin stared blankly at Divine Venerable Zhou Yin. Senior, you didn't give me a clear answer. Divine Venerable Zhou Yin looked at Lu Yin. Add one more thing. I'll teach you the power of extreme Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. The power of extreme Yin? Divine Venerable Zhou Yin said, when cultivated to the extreme, you can touch a power you can't even imagine. Only a few people in the entire Six Directions Society can control that kind of power. Once you master it, your status will not be below Su Wui's, and you will be on the same level as the three sovereigns. In the entire Six Directions Society, who dares to say that they can definitely touch that kind of power with their own cultivation? I dare to say that I can touch it if I cultivate my power of extreme Yin to the extreme. This is a path, and at the end of it is a power you can't even imagine. You just need to follow my path and don't think about anything else. If you have enough talent, you can reach my level of achievement. If Xianxi's talent is not below first gen's, you can definitely do it. Lu Yin gulped. Is this path easier than faux god power? The Zhou Yin divinity sneered. The virtual god power is just the power that the virtual master gave to this dimension. It is solidified. Cultivating this power will never allow you to achieve a breakthrough. At most, you will reach the level of the virtual 5 flavors. You want to surpass the virtual master? The Six Directions Society, the Lost Clans card, the wood power of the wood universe, the virtual god power of the virtual god universe, and so on are all peerless experts who can change the world. No matter how high their cultivation is, they can't break through. Only my reincarnation time and space is different. The astral source power is just the foundation, an extremely powerful and all-inclusive foundation. Only by cultivating the astral source power can one be compatible with endless power. Do you wish that the end of your life is the 5 tastes of nothingness? Or surpassing Void Master? It had to be said that Reverend Xiaoyin's words were very tempting. Furthermore, what he said at the end was correct. Astral sources were indeed that kind of power. If one cultivated astral sources, they could reach the celestial realm. If one didn't cultivate astral sources, they could create their own and reach the Grim Reaper or Fate realm. Astral sources were originally powerful, but they were also all-encompassing. This was also the reason why the primordial space had once been extremely glorious. The current reincarnation spacetime was the primordial space of the past. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, his eyes burning. Senior, please tell me, who is the spy? Reverend Xiaoyin's lips curled up. No one could resist his temptation. This kid seemed to be determined to join the virtual god universe, but he didn't know his place. He had been to the Three Monarchs universe in the hyperspace. Yufang had said that this kid had huge ambitions. Since that was the case, Reverend Xiaoyin didn't think that this kid would reject him. But persuading him took some effort, mainly because the 5 tastes of nothingness had come too suddenly. The current Six Directions Society has been replaced by the primordial space, do you know? Lu Yin said, I've heard. How important is the Six Directions Society? If one of them has a problem, it will affect the entire Six Directions Society. I've received news that the primordial space's Dao Master Lu Yin is the spy. Lu Yin was stunned and stared blankly at Reverend Xiaoyin. Reverend Xiaoyin looked at him. You don't believe it? Lu Yin coughed. That's impossible. I heard that Lu Yin personally met the Grand Empyrean. If he was the spy, how could he hide it from the Grand Empyrean? Reverend Xiaoyin said, the primordial space has a technique called the 9 clones. This Lu Yin snatched the 9 clones technique by force, so he must have cultivated it successfully. It's normal for him to meet the Grand Empyrean's avatars or main body, but someone in the primordial space said that his other avatars cultivate divine power. Moreover, this kid has been in danger several times, but the Eternals have intervened, allowing him to escape. It's too much of a coincidence. Xianxia, I hope that you can go to the primordial space and help the 4-way scales there find evidence that Lu Yin is the spy. Lu Yin was stunned. How could this work? The 4-way scales will assist you. In fact, they have already found some evidence, but they just want you to confirm it. As long as you confirm it, the evidence will be handed over to the Grand Empyrean. At that time, your contribution will not be reduced, Reverend Xiaoyin said in a low voice. Lu Yin understood. This despicable and shameless Reverend Xiaoyin was playing such a trick. He had joined forces with the four-way scales to slander Lu Yin and make him the target of public criticism. This had nothing to do with whether the primordial space was the Six Direction Society or not. No, it was precisely because the primordial space was the Six Direction Society that they had a reason to investigate Lu Yin. With Xianxia, who was famous in the Six Direction Society and was extremely skilled in capturing spies, as well as the four-way scales and Reverend Xiaoyin working together, it was not impossible to frame Lu Yin. Chapter 2802. Lu Yin thought about how the Grand Empyrean hated him and might go with the flow. If that happened, he would not be able to defend himself. It was ruthless, vicious, and unlucky. If the Xiaoyin divinity knew that he was Lu Yin and wanted him to help the four-way scales, what would he think? Lu Yin really wanted to slap the Xiaoyin divinity and admit that he was Lu Yin. He felt that he had made a good move, allowing Xianxi's identity to become the Six Direction faction's greatest asset in capturing spies. Yufeng used him to frame He Ran, and divinity Xiaoyin wanted to use him to frame him. This was truly interesting. He had to think about what to do. What, are you afraid? The Xiaoyin divinity asked coldly when he saw Lu Yin's hesitation. Lu Yin was nervous. That Lu Yin is still the Dao master of the primordial space. He has extremely strong subordinates. If I slander, no, testify against him, I will be in trouble if there is not enough evidence. The Xiaoyin divinity was arrogant. The evidence is definitely sufficient. What you need to do is prove it. Follow your own logic and find out how Lu Yin colluded with the Eternals. Their conversation, their purpose, these are all you need to do. Lu Yin understood that the Xiaoyin divinity wanted him to help them cover up their lies, but where would they get the evidence? He had never colluded with the Eternals and was not a spy. What evidence did they have? The Xiaoyin divinity was not stupid. The evidence had to be handed to the Grand Empyrean. If it was seen through, it would not only be him who would lose face but also the entire reincarnation spacetime. He was so confident, but where did he get the evidence? Lu Yin was curious. What evidence? The Xiaoyin divinity frowned. You will know when you go to the four-way scales. They will cooperate with you. There's no need to ask now. You cannot tell anyone about this, not even Su Wuwei or Su Zhu. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Su Zhu? He looked at the Xiaoyin divinity. The Xiaoyin divinity was looking into the distance. Lu Yin could not see anything, but he felt that this matter was not so simple. If the Xiaoyin divinity was confident that the evidence was useful, why did he have to use him? He was not the only one in the Six-Way Society who could capture spies. An extremely strong prefecture master, such as the prefecture master of Reincarnation Spacetime Horizon, could also prove it. Why did it have to be him? Was it just because of his reputation? Not necessarily. Lu Yin couldn't figure out what the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign was trying to do, but his instincts told him that there was still a problem. Just like when the Lu family was exiled, layers of fog were lifted. Now it seemed clear, but there was still fog covering it. For Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to be hated by Su Wuwei and the others and be able to protect himself from a Grand Empyrean, his insidiousness was definitely not simple. Or rather, it was not so simple. When will I go to the primordial space? Lu Yin asked. The Xiaoyin divinity replied, the sooner the better. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party is getting closer, and I want to confirm the evidence before then. Lu Yin will be ranked 9th at the Tea Party. What a joke, he's just a mere Lu family member. Lu Yin calculated the time, and it was indeed close to the tea party. He had to make his own preparations. He looked outside the clock tower in the direction of Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei understood tacitly and stepped out, entering the bell tower. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin frowned. Brother Five Tastes, we haven't finished talking yet. Su Wuwei was displeased. Not done yet. I'm going to bring Xianxia to cultivate the Tai Jade domain. Just as Divinity Xiaoyin was about to speak, Lu Yin spoke first. Senior Divinity Xiaoyin wishes to teach this junior the power of extreme Yin. Su Wuwei was shocked. Junior? Divinity Xiaoyin, you want to teach Xianxia the power of extreme Yin? The Xiaoyin divinity did not expect Lu Yin to say it so directly. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? Others would keep their cultivation a secret and keep it as a trump card, but this kid was actually saying it like that. I can teach him, the Shaoyin divinity said in a low voice. Su Wei was shocked. It's rare that you're willing to teach an outsider the power of extreme yin. He then looked at Lu Yin. You're quite lucky, kid. The power of extreme yin is an extremely powerful force, and it will benefit you for life if you cultivate it well. Especially when paired with eternal darkness, it will be even more successful. Alright, in that case you can follow Divinity Shaoyin and cultivate it. You can take some time to cultivate the power of the Void God. Not yet. Before the Shaoyin divinity could finish, Lu Yin quickly interrupted. This junior understands. I will definitely cultivate the power of extreme yin with Senior Divinity Shaoyin. Su Wei looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Old friend, I've noticed that you've changed. You've become more reasonable. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia is still the acting manor head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. If you want him to help you capture a spy, you should give him some benefits first. The power of extreme yin is quite good. The Shaoyin divinity frowned. Cultivating the power of extreme yin isn't that easy. Let's finish the mission first. Su Wei's expression changed. How can that be? One more force means one more layer of protection. The spy that you, Shaoyin Supreme God, want to capture personally is at least at the level of an extreme master. How can someone like Xianxia interfere? I originally wanted to help him cultivate to the void transformation realm before helping you. The Shaoyin divinity raised a brow. How could that be? Who knew how long it would take for Xianxia to reach the void transformation realm? The tea party would have ended long ago. He looked at Lu Yin. I can bring him back to the Taiyin realm to cultivate for 2 months at most. If he can enter the sect within 2 months, then he can come back to cultivate after the mission is completed. If he can't, then he'll have to wait until he reaches the void transformation realm. Su Wei looked at Lu Yin. 2 months. That's too short. Lu Yin said, I'm willing to try. 2 months was indeed short, but he had no choice. The tea party was so close and his identity would definitely be exposed during the event. It would be good enough if he could cultivate the power of extreme yin for 2 months. Seeing how happy Su Wei was, the power of extreme yin was definitely not bad. Lu Yin did not reject any kind of power. In Mr. Mu's words, the path of 10,000 Daoist unification in his heart was a path that no one had ever taken before. No matter how he looked at it, it was a starry sky. Since it was a starry sky, there was no harm in having more power. Moreover, cultivating the power of extreme yin would allow him to understand the Shaoyin divinity better. One day he would have to face this person head-on. Also, Lu Yin looked at the Shaoyin divinity. If this person knew that he was Lu Yin and cultivated the power of extreme yin, would he die of anger? Even if it was for the last one, Lu Yin had to cultivate it. Under the blazing sun, countless people bowed their heads. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Greetings, Supreme Divinity. Their voices reverberated between heaven and earth, forming a shockwave that swept out in all directions. Golden robes replaced the blazing sun's rays, becoming the only color in everyone's eyes. The Shaoyin divinity descended and stood at the peak of the mountain. Countless people were kneeling here and Lu Yin was standing behind the Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin looked at the people kneeling below him. They were all very young and their cultivations varied. However, even the weakest among them was a hunter. There were definitely geniuses who could compete with the 10 arbiters, and there were also those who were scheming. However, there were also those who hid their strength and there were also those who pretended to be fools. This was the Taiyin realm, the territory of the Shaoyin divinity. Each of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had countless disciples. The most famous was the grade 9 revered Lotus, whose disciples were spread throughout the 6 Directions Society. Although the Shaoyin divinity did not have that many disciples, he still had quite a few. Lu Yin saw Xiaogu among the people kneeling at the very front. His face was pale and it was obvious that he had suffered some sort of shock. There was no trace of blood on his face and he bowed in fear. Rise, the Shaoyin divinity said calmly, his voice echoing throughout the sky. Everyone moved in unison and immediately stood up. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Shaoyin divinity. Raise your heads. When the Shaoyin divinity spoke, the people below finally dared to raise their heads. Not only did they see the Shaoyin divinity, but they also saw Lu Yin standing behind him. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. He met the gazes of countless people with a faint smile on his face. He was very calm. Xiaogu was not surprised to see Lu Yin. Her previous mission had been to bring Lu Yin back from the Red Domain, but she had unfortunately been taught a lesson by Su Wei. Xianxia, do you understand this world? The Shaoyin divinity asked Lu Yin with his back facing the countless disciples. Lu Yin shook his head. No. Xiaogu, tell him. Xiaogu walked out from below and bowed respectfully. Yes, master. She looked at Lu Yin. Yin and yang hang in the sky. Half of it is yin and the other half is yang. The yang shines on the earth and the earth blocks it, forming an underground yin. There are countless geniuses who have been selected by us who are trying to find a way to break through the yin and enter the yang. This is because they believe that humans should enter the yang and not be trapped in the yin. They cultivate underground and absorb the underground yin produced by the yin and yang. Their bodies contain the extreme yin power that we need and can ascend to the yin and yang. Thus, these people are known as yin eaters. When they ascend to the ground and see the yang, they will be plundered by us and turned into yin eaters. The extreme yin in their bodies will be extracted, and their bodies will not be able to withstand the power of the yang. They can only turn into ashes. This is the path of our cultivation. Here, everyone has experienced the fate of coming out of the ground and resisting the yin eaters. This is the path of cultivating extreme yin power. Lu Yin looked up at the scorching sun. He could now see that although the sun was shining brightly on the surface, there was actually darkness behind him. Yin and yang. That was yin and yang. Below the sky was the ground, and below the ground were the countless geniuses who had been selected by the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. How many were there? Countless, countless. These people had been searching for light, absorbing extreme yin power while trying to break through the ground. Once they reached the ground, they would become yin eaters for the people below. The extreme yin power in these people's bodies could lead them to the opposite side of the yin and yang, which was the yin side. There, they could cultivate and break through. This was a cruel competition. The losers died while the winners lived. There was no compromise or mercy. This was the cultivation path of the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's voice was cold. Humans must live for themselves and cultivate for themselves. Otherwise, they will only become food on a plate. Those who want to ascend must work hard to absorb extreme yin power. The more they absorb, the more likely they will be able to ascend. However, the more they absorb, the more they will become food for others. The extreme yin power in their bodies is enough to build a staircase to the yin and yang. Lu Yin did not understand. Can a lot of people climb up at once? The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's lips curled up. Very few. Chapter 2803. Lu Yin stared at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. With so few people, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had withstood the plundering. Of course, there had to be a limit to the plundering or no one would have survived. Even so, those who could withstand it were definitely geniuses. It was no wonder why the people below were so aggressive despite their young age. Do I have to go through this as well? Lu Yin asked. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign smiled. Of course not. Below, countless disciples had ugly expressions as they stared at Lu Yin, their eyes cold. Every one of them had gone through the same thing. They had gone through the cruel competition and slaughter underground, and they had to endure the fate of becoming yin eaters on land. They had barely survived to stand here. Even so, if they could not ascend to the yin-yang realm, their extreme yin energy would be roasted by the scorching sun sooner or later, and they would also be reduced to ashes. If that was the case, how could this person be an exception? Even top geniuses like Xiaogu and Xiao Qingfeng had to go through this, and no one was an exception. For a moment, Lu Yin saw the coldness and killing intent in the eyes of countless people. You don't have to go through this, but the rules cannot be broken. Think of a way to ascend to the yin-yang realm yourself. Only extreme yin energy can become a staircase for the yin-yang realm. Otherwise, even if you become an immortal, you will be burned to ashes by the scorching sun. Xianxia, how far you can go in 2 months will depend on yourself. After he left, the people below relaxed and scattered in all directions. Everyone had their own place to stay. That was where they thought the people underground might appear. Lu Yin walked to where the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had been standing and looked down. He saw Xiaogu look up and meet his gaze. Xiaogu did not say anything. He only exchanged a glance with Lu Yin before turning to leave. The scorching sun roasted the earth as Lu Yin looked into the distance. From time to time, people would stare at him coldly, but when he looked over, they would look away and focus on their own cultivation. A few days later, a scream rang out, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He took a step forward and arrived not far from the person who had screamed. The person howled in agony and rolled around. Green smoke rose from the surface of his body as his body melted. Soon the person was reduced to ashes in front of Lu Yin. Even further away, people watched coldly, but no one interfered. This was the fate of this person. The power of Yin in his body had been used up, and he could not withstand the heat of the sun. This was his fate. Are you pitying him? Xiaogu's voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Xiaogu. A little. Xiaogu sneered. Her eyes wandered around, looking very seductive. The most useless thing here is sympathy. Master doesn't allow sympathy, so death is the norm here. Everyone has to be responsible for themselves. This person had no ability and couldn't compete with others. He also didn't have much talent in cultivating the power of Yin. He could only die. He couldn't even escape. Have you ever thought that you might end up like this one day? He did not cultivate the power of Yin, so he did not care about the heat of the sun. Only those who cultivated the power of Yin would not be able to withstand the heat of the sun after losing their power of Yin. Xiaogu approached Lu Yin and came to his side. Her body emitted a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin did not know if she did it intentionally or not, but the back of her hand brushed against his, causing him to feel a chill. Those who are weaker than me are too much. It will only be my turn after all of them die. But how long do you think that will take? Lu Yin looked around. There were too many disciples under the young Yin deity, and they all had varying amounts of the power of Yin. Xiaogu definitely had the most. She was a rank 6 ascendant immortal and was definitely one of the best among the young Yin deity's disciples. But if she died because she lost her power of Yin, the young Yin deity would have no more disciples. The person underground will appear soon. If you want to ascend to Yin Yang and cultivate the power of Yin, you must snatch the ladder formed by the power of Yin in the person underground. Otherwise, you will never be able to ascend to Yin Yang. Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Others have tried their best and even risked their lives to snatch the power of Yin. They have been waiting for a long time to ascend to Yin Yang. If they lose the chance, they will end up like this person. Then will you snatch it? I look forward to it. With that she left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Snatch? He was not a benevolent person. There was nothing wrong with snatching a disciple that the young Yin deity had nurtured using this method, but why would he be forced to do so? The young Yin deity and Xiaogu both wanted to force him. What a joke. Had he begged them to come? Thus, Lu Yin left without another word. Xiaogu suddenly turned around and watched Lu Yin tear through the void to leave. She was stunned. The young Yin deity appeared with an ugly expression. Master. Xiaogu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. The young Yin deity's gaze was cold. How dare this brat be so bold? He recalled the scene from before. This brat had left after a slight threat. Normally speaking, this brat should not have done this. No matter what, the young Yin deity had to give him face. Xiaogu was trembling and she hated Lu Yin to the core. How could this brat leave just like that? She had not said anything, so what if her master blamed her again? She suddenly recalled what Lu Yin had said. Had he not thought that such a day would come? So he had been waiting for her all along. If her master was angry, he might really strip her of her power and turn her into ashes. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She quickly knelt down. Master, this disciple did not say anything to Xianxia. It was him. Right, I understand. The young Yin deity snorted. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he suppressed his anger and left. Lu Yin returned to the void god's spacetime and then returned to the red domain. Su Wuji was stunned. Why are you back? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. Just taking a stroll. Before Su Wuji could react, the young Yin deity arrived. Xianxia, let's go back to the Taiyin realm and ascend to Yin Yang. Lu Yin smiled. It felt good to have someone to rely on. Forcing him? What a joke. No one could force him. He had to wait for the Lu family to return. He had to wait for Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi and the others to return. Then he would run amok in the Six Paths Society. Would the Grand Empyrean hate him? Would the young Yin deity scheme against him? What a joke. After returning to the Taiyin realm, the young Yin deity did not mention anything about the rules and directly sent Lu Yin to Yin Yang. Xiaogu felt stifled. The Xianxia was a bastard. Yin Yang was not a land, but rather a gaseous region formed by two different forces. The two sides intersected but they did not merge. If one stood on the yin side they would not feel any heat from the yang side. After Lu Yin had left twice, the young yin deity did not want to talk to him anymore. He just wanted to finish what he needed to do as soon as possible. Xianxi's value was limited to this. After this matter was over, the young yin deity would teach this kid a lesson. Divinity Xiaoyin had spent half a month explaining how to cultivate the power of extreme yin to Lu Yin. Even Xiao Gu and the others had never enjoyed such treatment before. Divinity Xiaoyin had always allowed them to cultivate on their own, and even giving them pointers from time to time was already a blessing. Lu Yin was the first and he was not even the young yin deity's disciple. Half a month later the young yin deity left, leaving Lu Yin to absorb the power of yin on his own. In the universe everything had its own rules. If there was yang there would be yin. Yin and yang were born together and not only were they visible, but they were also visible to the human heart. The young yin deity had nurtured his disciples by killing them. Not only did he want them to be as selfish as himself, but he also wanted to see through the darkness in people's hearts. Lu Yin now knew that the young yin deity's power was not the power of yin but of decay. Others might not understand but Lu Yin guessed that the young yin deity might have come into contact with the laws of decay, and decay. Once anyone came into contact with a certain law, their strength would be unimaginable. Old Mo's law was darkness. It seemed like darkness was more powerful than decay, but it was also a law of sequence, and it depended on one's own control. However, both of them leaned toward darkness just like the perpetual darkness card. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to touch the law of darkness like Old Mo if he comprehended the perpetual darkness card one day. After all, Old Mo had been dragged into the perpetual darkness card and could not touch the law of sequence. For the rest of the time Lu Yin quietly cultivated. With his innate gift he could easily reach the threshold of extreme yin power. If he wanted to improve he only needed to absorb extreme yin power. Others either did not dare to absorb it for fear that they would not be able to withstand it or they could not absorb it at all. However, Lu Yin was different. He had the power in his heart and even his divine power was there. Lu Yin tried to absorb extreme yin power into the land formed by the fates and in his heart, but he found that the extreme yin power did not leave behind a physical form. It seemed to have become something else, just like the darkness under the light of the universe. The universe had too many laws: light, darkness, vitality, corrosion, time, space, and so on. There were too many laws. Lu Yin did not feel anything after absorbing extreme yin power, and he felt that he could absorb a lot more to fill up the space in his heart. However, he could not do so right now or else he would be easily discovered by the young yin deity. He could only show that he had just reached the threshold. Wait, that might not be the case. Lu Yin thought about it and it seemed like he needed to do this. The young yin deity wanted Lu Yin to help the four-way scales accuse him of being a spy, so Lu Yin definitely could not go. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were probably afraid of Lu Yin's disguise. If Lu Yin went he would definitely be discovered. Thus, Lu Yin had already thought of someone to impersonate Xianxia. The young yin deity had seen Lu Yin's appearance, but the others in the Sixth Direction Society had not. Even if Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianxia, the four-way scales would not be able to see Xianxi's hidden appearance unless the young yin deity appeared at the same time as them. However, even if they did appear at the same time, as long as no one compared Lu Yin's appearance to the impersonator, no one would know who was Xianxia. Lu Yin suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that the young yin deity had seen his hidden appearance in the Lost Clan. The four-way scales definitely knew Xianxi's current appearance, but the young yin deity could tell them that Xianxia was in disguise. If Lu Yin found someone to impersonate Xianxia, the four-way scales would naturally assume that the impersonator was the one that the young yin deity had seen through. The young yin deity had Su Wei backing him up so he would not think that Lu Yin was related to Xianxia. As for the four-way scales, they would never think that Lu Yin was Xianxia. They would only check if Lu Yin's appearance was in disguise. It was like a person who had gone to another city. They would never think that the person in front of them was the same person who had interacted with that city before. It was not that they were stupid, but they would not think in that direction. The four-way scales would never think that Xianxia, who had made a name for himself in the Sixth Direction Society, would have any relationship with Lu Yin. Chapter 2804. The only thing was that Xianxi's name might make them suspicious. This was Lu Yin's oversight. If he ever needed to change his appearance again, he definitely would not use a similar name. A month passed and there were only a few days left before the 2-month deadline that Divinity Xiaoyin had given him. On this day, Divinity Xiaoyin looked at Yin and Yang and frowned. Had Xianxia absorbed too much extreme Yin energy? He stepped onto Yin and Yang, only to see a pale Lu Yin sitting on the extreme Yin energy with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Shocked, Divinity Xiaoyin hurriedly checked. Lu Yin opened his eyes. No need, I absorbed too much extreme Yin energy and suffered a backlash. Divinity Xiaoyin's eyes flashed. Let me take a look. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Please forgive me, Divinity. Everyone has their own secrets and I don't want others to know my secrets. Divinity Xiaoyin did not mind. It would be strange if Xianxia did not have any secrets. He knew how difficult it was for someone to cultivate from the beginning to the peak, but Xianxia had reached this height in such a short time. How could he not have any secrets? However, he did not intend to pry into Lu Yin's secrets. You suffered a backlash from extreme Yin energy and should not be able to use much strength for the time being, but that will not stop you from assisting in the investigation at the 4-way scales. Divinity Xiaoyin did not care about Lu Yin as long as he completed his task. Lu Yin nodded. Of course, Divinity Xiaoyin can rest assured. It will be the appointed time in a few days, and I will go to the 4-way scales to assist in the investigation. It won't be difficult. The two had a tacit understanding that the so-called investigation was fake. Divinity Xiaoyin was just using Lu Yin's reputation, and Lu Yin was just going through the motions. The battle had nothing to do with him, and even if he was injured it would not affect him. Then you should rest for 2 days. Even if you go to the 4 cardinal scales, you will only have half a month to cooperate. The tea party will be held in a little more than a month. I hope that you won't disappoint me, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin said, glancing at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. That was enough. The backlash had obviously been an act. He had indeed absorbed a lot of extreme Yin energy and the space in his heart had become much deeper. He did not know how it was, but he had never tried it before. He looked around. This was a good place. If he had the chance in the future, he would absorb all of this extreme Yin energy. During this time, people constantly ascended the Yin and Divinity Xiaoyin energy, but no one approached Lu Yin. Yin and Yang might seem small, but it was actually a huge area. 2 people didn't need to be too close to each other. Another day later, Xiaogu came. She had a gloomy expression on her face. Her master had definitely told her to get close to Lu Yin, and she was already traumatized by it. It was as if there was something wrong with this person's brain. She hadn't even said anything and he had just left. She didn't even dare to approach him for fear of disrupting her master's plans. He remembered that the first time they met, this person was not very respectful to his master. As she thought about this, she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Xiaogu felt that Lu Yin's tone was becoming increasingly stiff. She remembered that people had said that Xianxia was a kind and humble person, but she could not see that at all. Instead, she could see that this person would run away whenever he encountered a problem. She had no idea how he had managed to cultivate to this level. Xiaogu took a deep breath and revealed a coquettish smile. "Master asked me to take a look at you. If there's anything you need help with, just tell me." Lu Yin said seriously, "There's something I need your help with and only you can help." Xiaogu's eyes lit up and she approached Lu Yin. Her lips curled up into a charming smile. "Tell me. Whatever you say, I'll definitely do it." Lu Yin's expression was very serious. "I'm hungry. Help me find a beast leg, the kind that Senior Su Wei eats." Xiaogu was stunned. "Oh, by the way, the taste must be exactly the same. Remember," Lu Yin added. Xiaogu's expression was extremely ugly and she turned to leave. That beast leg would forever be a shadow in her heart, this bastard. 2 days later, Su Wei came to the Shadow Realm to check on Lu Yin's injuries. "It's quite serious. You can't use your strength for the time being." As he spoke, he looked at the Xiaoyin divinity with dissatisfaction. "How did you teach him? What's wrong with Xianxia?" The Xiaoyin divinity was cold. "He was too hasty in his cultivation. It has nothing to do with me." Su Wei raised his eyebrows. "You mean it's Xianxi's fault? Look at your disciples. Which one of them suffered a backlash?" "Only Xianxia suffered a backlash." "Why are you still hiding it? There must be something you didn't tell Xianxia." "Xianxia, let's go. We won't come here again and we won't cultivate the power of shadow in the future." What kind of help is it? It's none of our business. Lu Yin nodded obediently and stood behind Su Wei. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Su Wei, don't be unreasonable. Su Wei was even angrier. Who's being unreasonable? Look at your disciples. Why didn't they suffer a backlash? Only Xianxia suffered a backlash. Take a look for yourself. What is this? He almost lost his life. Xianxia made a great contribution by capturing the spy. Both the wood spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime are fighting over him. The ultra spacetime, the three monarch spacetime. Bah. The ultra spacetime heaven's reflection manner is his. Do you know how important he is? The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Although he was sinister and good at scheming against others, his eloquence was no match for Su Wei's. When Su Wei said this, he felt that it was his own fault. What was even more infuriating was that Xianxia had not said a word from beginning to end. He was clearly the one who had acted too hastily. The Shaoyin divinity glared at Su Wei, who was unwilling to be outdone. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end the Shaoyin divinity gave in. One Yin Soal. My greatest sincerity. Lu Yin Soal? The name sounded very powerful. Su Wei smiled. That's right. Your fault is your fault. Don't try to push the blame to others. Xianxia is so pure. Lu Yin's face twitched and he blushed. The Shaoyin divinity did not want to look at Su Wei, and with a wave of his hand, a cone-shaped weapon appeared in the void. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item and it looked powerful. Su Wei chuckled and pushed the Shaoyin divinity towards Lu Yin. Take it. This is from the Shaoyin divinity. It's a good item refined from pure lunar energy. It can cause harm to extreme powerhouses and it can save your life if used well. However, its greatest use is to spy on the Shaoyin divinity, right, divinity? The Shaoyin divinity was cold and arrogant. As long as you have the talent, you can cultivate to my level with this Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What did this mean? It meant that it could be upgraded. He had finally found a treasure that could be upgraded. Su Wei laughed. You're finally generous for once, ha. The Shaoyin divinity was impatient. Hagu, take Xianxia with you. Brother Wei, please leave as well. I'm going into seclusion. Su Wei nodded. No problem. Xianxia, you can go with the little girl. Hey little girl, is my beast leg delicious? Xiaogu was disgusted, but he did not dare to show it. He bowed to Su Wei. Greetings, senior. Su Wei laughed. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Go. By the way, you can show your true face now. There's no need to hide it too much. You have the Shaoyin divinity behind you. True face? Xiaogu was shocked. Was Xianxia in disguise? The Shaoyin divinity was calm. He had already seen through it. Lu Yin smiled. The senior. He then looked at Xiaogu. Xiaogu looked at the Shaoyin divinity and then bowed to Su Wei again. He tore through the void and left with Lu Yin. They were going to the starry sky tree. When they returned to the starry sky tree, Lu Yin did not expect Xiaogu to be the one who had brought him there. There must be a coordinate seal in the starry sky tree, but Lu Yin did not know how many people's auras were left on it. The ones he knew were the Yuan sages and Xiaogu. Lu Yin did not know about the others, but Luo Shan and the others definitely did not have it. Did you disguise yourself? Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin coughed. His lips were a little pale and he looked like he had not recovered from his injuries. Why? Are you curious? Xiaogu's eyes lit up. Indeed. I'll recover after resting for a while. The lunar energy is rampaging in my body and it's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yin found a place to sit down and rest. Xiaogu did not rush him. Anyway, you just need to meet up with the 4 cardinal scales in 2 days. You can rest for 2 days. Lu Yin landed in the mountain range and looked around. This was the top realm. Before going to the lunar realm, he had specially returned to the eternal kingdom and left Luo Lauer in the top realm. After thinking about it, the most suitable person to disguise as Xianxia was Luo Lauer. Firstly, Luo Lauer was very clear about the 6 Direction Society and would not be exposed by the 4 cardinal scales. Secondly, Luo Lauer was very meticulous. When he was thrown into the hyperspace as a hostage, he tried his best to join the 6 Direction Training Hall. During this time he made some friends and his cultivation kept improving. He also knew how to hide. He had always been on guard against Luo Zong. Such a meticulous person who relied on him was the most reassuring to Lu Yin. The only thing he was worried about was being recognized by the people of the Six Direction Society. Fortunately, with the order of the Grand Empyrean, not just anyone could come to the Starry Sky Tree. Even if someone could come, they might not recognize Luo Lao, or was just a junior. Besides the Three Monarchs universe, who else could recognize him? Perhaps Xianxia knew him. After all, he had stayed in the Three Monarchs universe for a while. He might have accidentally seen Luo Lao's appearance, or he might have specially looked for him because of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, the current Xianxia was not the Xianxia of the past. Luo Lao also confirmed that he had not met the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's disciple. Lu Yin was resting and Xiaogu was not far from him. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could easily leave without her knowing and bring Luo Lao here. Are you sure you haven't met Xiaogu before? She won't recognize you? Lu Yin asked again. Luo Lao promised, don't worry, brother-in-law. Even if we met, she definitely won't remember a nobody like me. Lu Yin looked at Luo Lao seriously. It's hard to guarantee that this plan will be foolproof. Once exposed, you might die. Think carefully. Luo Lao patted his chest. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will find a way to complete the mission. Even if I die, I won't betray you. Lu Yin looked at him deeply. Take care of yourself. Luo Lao nodded vigorously. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Mu Jun was in the Eternal Kingdom right under his feet. His mother had died at Mu Jun's hands, but he could not take revenge. The Thunder Sealing clan had almost been destroyed by the Mu clan. All of this was because he was too weak. Chapter 2805. During their time in the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Lao had longed to be Lu Yin's brother-in-law and had even asked Lu Yin to help him find a powerhouse to become his master, but he had never succeeded. This mission had allowed him to see a path forward. As long as he completed it, he would no longer be a lackey in the Above Sky sect, but someone who could work for Lu Yin. Although the mission was extremely dangerous, he was willing to risk his life for this opportunity. He was bullied in the Three Monarchs universe and he was looked down upon in the Super universe. He had enough and didn't want to be a waste. Lu Yin walked out and Xiaogu looked over. You look a little better. Lu Yin nodded. He felt a headache coming on. I didn't think that I would be so greedy and provoke a backlash from the extreme Yin Qi. It really isn't easy to cultivate. I won't be able to do anything for a while. Mockery flashed in Xiaogu's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Of course, Master is one of the three venerables after all. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of Yin? Lu Yin rubbed his face. Senior Su Wei wants me to show my true face. Then I'll be rude. As he spoke, his face twisted and quickly turned into Luo Lao's appearance. The moment he disguised himself as second brother Luo, Lu Yin stared into Xiaogu's eyes to confirm whether or not she knew him. Xiaogu's gaze didn't change from beginning to end. So this is who you are, Xianxia. Lu Yin smiled. I'm naturally gifted, but I'm worried that someone will take revenge on me. It's never wrong to be cautious. Xiaogu nodded and smiled. Let's go. The two set off once more and along the way, Lu Yin really did switch places with Luo Lao. From this moment on, Luo Lao was Xianxia, and if he was recognized or exposed, then he would die. This was the path that he had chosen himself, and if he wasn't recognized, then everything would proceed smoothly. Lu Yin would be able to safely wait until the Grand Celestial Tea Party, and he might even be able to turn the tables on Luo Lao during the tea party. At the same time, he would also be able to obtain the evidence that Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had mentioned, killing two birds with one stone. Success or failure would be determined by the moment of contact with the scales of the four sides. However, Lu Yin didn't leave and instead used his Heaven's Eye to keep an eye on Luo Lao. The Celestial Eye had countless uses, and according to the Void Master, it could even see through space-time. Lu Yin had not reached this level yet, but it would not be too much of a problem for him to see through the topmost realm without being discovered. Half a day later, Xiaogu brought Luo Lao along to meet by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Xianxia was not around. He had suffered such heavy injuries and only 2 months had passed. He did not want to come out in case Bai Wang Yuan and the others noticed something. This is Xianxia. He will cooperate with your investigation of Lu Yin, Xiaogu introduced. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stared at Luo Lao. They had been traumatized by Lu Yin's actions, and they stared at everyone they saw. They wanted to see through the disguise and prevent that person from being Lu Yin. After taking a closer look, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a disguise but the real person. Luo Lauer's expression was calm. He had faced several life and death crises before. His father was also Luo Xian. This was not the first time he had met an extremely strong expert, so he was very calm. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Yin had chosen him. He was knowledgeable. Didn't you say the 4 corners scale? It should be 4, right? Luo Lauer asked. Xiaogu did not answer. Bai Ran said, we will tell you. You're Xianxia, right? Your only mission here is to cooperate with one person to confirm that the son of the Lu family is a spy and complete the chain of evidence. Luo Lauer nodded. The supreme divinity told me. Don't worry, I have enough experience. All right then. Bai Wangyuan looked in a direction. Come on. In the distance, a person walked out and slowly approached. In the distance, Lu Yin used third eye. When he saw who it was, his gaze turned cold and he smiled sinisterly. So it's you. Lu Yin quickly left. He had seen what he needed to see. Luo Lauer's next move was up to him. As long as he completed this mission, Lu Yin would find him a good master. For now, Luo Lauer had to go into seclusion. There was still a month before the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. During this month, Lu Yin did not plan on cultivating, but he wanted to adjust his state to the best possible state. He used his Dai's Enhance to adjust his state and prepare for the upcoming tea party. There was a parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield called the Gourd Spacetime. The name was cute, but it was one of the most dangerous regions in the endless battlefield. The reason why it was called the Gourd Spacetime was because everyone in this spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power. This power was said to have come from an extreme powerhouse, the Gourd Ghost, who had changed the world. It was rumored that the Gourd Ghost had been an extreme powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. No one knew how he had died in the end, but it was known that his power had completely changed the Gourd spacetime. Even powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns and Void Master would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power when they arrived in this spacetime. This power was called a gourd. Every cultivator who entered the Gourd spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd. The battle method was simple. Use your own power to attack the gourd that enveloped you. Regardless of whether it was your physical body, spiritual force, or ancestral world, as long as it could be used to kill, it could be used to attack the gourd. The stronger the power, the harder the gourd would be. More than 4 extreme powerhouses had died in this spacetime, and it was extremely dangerous. The Everlasting Tribe often had the 7 sky gods running amok, and the 6 Direction Society often had powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns. Whenever powerhouses at this level appeared, countless gourds would shatter and countless people would die. This was a clash of the strong against the strong. At this moment, 2 gourds were clashing in the Gourd spacetime. One of them was from the Everlasting Tribe, a female corpse king. She was beautiful in the color of blood, and she exuded a bloody aura that constantly fused into the gourd, causing the gourd to become harder and harder. The surface of the gourd was covered in a layer of blood red. On the other hand, the other gourd was a transparent gourd. An old man with a mustache stood inside the gourd, and he constantly swung a wooden sword to attack the gourd. Peach trees bloomed around them, bearing huge peaches that fell into the ground from time to time and slowly melted. Every time a peach melted, the gourd would ripple. Although the ripples seemed gentle, they were not shattered by the bloody gourd on the other side. Bang! 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 The collision of the gourds tore through the starry sky and spread out. In the distance, gourds fled in fear of being affected. There were 6 Direction Society cultivators, Everlasting Tribe corpse kings, and giant astral beasts inside the gourds. Another gourd came from another direction and slammed into the bloody gourd. Inside the gourd was Zhou Xian, the domain lord of the Void God Spacetime Azure Sea region. Su Heng and Su Leng had broken through to the Ancestor Realm, but they could barely defeat him. Zhou Xi's arrival caused the bloody gourd to retreat. Long-bearded freak, why are you here? The old man in the transparent gourd was surprised. Zhou Xi said, Long-bearded freak, the Grand Empyrean Tea Party is about to start. Why aren't you going? Aren't I being held back? Why don't you go? I'm here to help you out. I use you. When I pour the rootless water on her, the gourd will crush her in an instant. Stop bragging. The two of you have been fighting for thousands of years without a clear winner. You must have developed feelings for each other. Long-bearded freak, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to hit you. All right, the tea party is about to start. Scope. What's wrong with this space-time? What should we do? Have you forgotten that the everlasting tribe also needs to rest at this time? This is tacitly agreed by both sides. Moreover, the reincarnation spacetime has someone overseeing this place, so you and I don't have to worry about it. It won't be too late to come back after the tea party. That's right. If the everlasting tribe dares to start a war at this time, the Grand Empyrean will personally exchange blows with the one true God. That would be earth-shattering. It was also an endless battlefield. This spacetime was filled with cubes that filled the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, each cube was the size of a planet. Many of the cubes had people inside. Some cubes were adjacent to each other and could be entered. Some were adjacent to each other and could not be entered. It depended on the person who arranged the cubes. Outside the starry sky, two huge forces were playing chess. They were constantly arranging cubes as if they were playing chess. When one side had the advantage, they could allow the strong on their side to slaughter the weak on the other side. This would give them an advantage in the war. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. I'm not good at playing chess. I'm at a disadvantage against you. Is that so? But why do I remember that the witch spirit god is good at open schemes? Open schemes are simple, but conspiracies are difficult. Lotus Venerable, aren't you anxious? What's the hurry? Your Grand Empyrean's tea party is about to start. It's okay. The war is more important. Every tea party, there are always people who can't return from the endless battlefield. I'll play chess with you here. Forget it. I'm not interested. You play by yourself. With that, the witch spirit god left the starry sky. On the opposite side, the eyes of the Venerable Lotus Venerable flickered. Did he leave? She could take this opportunity to expand her advantage and eliminate the Eternals in this starry sky. However, what was the point of eliminating just one battlefield? There were still two progenitor realm corpse kings in this starry sky. It was meaningless. She would rather go to the tea party and listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyreans. Perhaps she could take a step further and touch a higher level. After thinking about it, she also left. Everyone was selfish. It was just that no one touched the selfish part of that person. For a powerhouse like the Venerable Lotus Venerable, taking a step further was her lifelong pursuit. The same scene kept happening in the endless battlefield. Some people left and some entered. Not all of the extreme experts attended the tea party. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer. There was one time when they didn't even occupy 1/5 of the 99 seats, and at most they only occupied 2/3 of the seats. This was the teachings bestowed by the Grand Empyreans. Whether or not one could participate and improve depended on oneself. The Eternals seemed to have formed a routine. On this day, the endless battlefield would be very quiet. The 6 direction associations had their own arrangements. The Eternals also had their own ideas. Reincarnation spacetime, 9 heavens, 10 earths. Outside the heaven gate, figures appeared and entered the heaven gate. The sound of the bell echoed through the reincarnation spacetime. Countless people in the reincarnation spacetime bowed. Flowers rose from the ground and went straight into the 9 heavens, 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Providence was boundless. Transparent chains that looked like particles danced in the air. Only those who had cultivated to the point of touching the laws knew that those were the laws that the Grand Empyreans had touched. The laws formed a physical entity that could be seen with the naked eye. That was the Tao of the Grand Empyreans. Those who didn't understand would only think that it was an arrangement similar to flowers. Outside the heaven gate, children were playing. An individual with peerless talent was born. Some people worked hard to obtain the qualifications to serve outside the heaven gate. They looked at those who entered the heaven gate with envy and longing. Chapter 2806. Senior Li is here. He rarely travels the endless battlefield and draws a star chart just to fight for a little advantage for humanity in the war. It is said that everyone who traveled with Senior Li in the endless battlefield died. Only Senior Li survived by luck, but he lost his limbs and even the ability to speak. The only thing he can move is his eyes. Although Senior Li's cultivation was not high, only 3rd rank ascendant Immortal, and now he has lost his cultivation, he was invited to the tea party by the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean is merciful. That's the successor of the Qianren bloodline. Back then, the Qianren bloodline was framed as a spy, and the entire clan sneaked into the endless battlefield to fight. The last person left was this infant successor. Fortunately, Senior Lotus Venerable cleared their name and brought this successor back. He also accepted him as Senior Lotus Venerable's disciple. He was also invited to attend the tea party. There are generally two kinds of people who can participate in the tea party. One is extremely high cultivation or fame, and the other is outstanding meritorious service. The Thousand Mermen bloodline fought until the last person. Although they did not cause much damage to the eternal race, they did not let the eternal race succeed in their plot. They are qualified to participate in the tea party. Look, that is Senior Su Heng and Senior Su Leng, who have both broken through to the extreme level in the Void God universe. They are also here. I'm so envious. Both of them broke through and the two of them are partners. This is definitely a good story in the Six Paths Guild. Hey, Senior Xianxia is also here. On the other side of the Heavenly Gate, Xianxia and the mustached extreme expert arrived. This person was called Mu Tao and he came from the Wood universe. Because of his mustache, he was naturally at odds with Xianxia. Senior Xianxia. Su Heng and Su Leng saw Xianxia arrive and quickly bowed. Xianxia smiled and said, "You are also here. Not bad, you are very lucky. After the breakthrough there will be a tea party. Listen well. Not everyone can accept the teachings of the Grand Empyrean." The two were polite. They had a good relationship with Xianxia. Although Master Su Yi and Xianxia were competitors, they were both competitors and friends. Master Su Yi's corpse was brought back by Xianxia. Mu Tao praised, "You are Su Heng and Su Leng? Not bad, not bad. I am envious. Both of you broke through." The two looked at each other in confusion. Not all extreme experts knew each other. Xianxia introduced, "This mustached man is called Mu Tao. He is from the Wood universe. He has been fighting in the Gourd universe for many years. It's normal that you don't know him." The two of them hurriedly greeted each other. After all, they were juniors. Mu Tao smiled and said, "I heard that you guys defeated that long-bearded freak Xianxia. Good. Wonderful. Huh." Su Heng hurriedly said, "It's a tie and it's 2 against 1. It's really embarrassing." Mu Tao smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? You guys are so much younger than this old fellow. When you guys reach his age you might also be fighting 1 against 2. But since you guys are 1, this old fellow will have to call for help, huh?" Xianxia smiled. "Sure, I'll call you. As long as you can put down your pride, this old man doesn't mind helping you." As they chatted and laughed, they stepped into the Divine Gate. Not long after, the great elder of the Lost Clan, Shan Gu, arrived with a woman. The woman's name was Shan Yan, and she was also an extremely powerful expert of the Lost Clan. She possessed the 3 stars immemorial card and her strength surpassed Shan Pu's. Dan Pu did not appear. The wooden carving arrived, blindfolded. At the same time Reverend Xiaoyin arrived as well. Seeing the wooden carving, Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes narrowed. "I thought you had given up on the Lost Clan's power. You also went to the Lost Clan's upper 3 fragments. How was it? Did you exchange for a card?" The wooden carving walked past him and entered the Divine Gate without saying a word. In the distance many people were watching. They lowered their heads, not daring to look. Reverend Xiaoyin was ignored. Reverend Xiaoyin's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the wooden carving's back. This person was too arrogant. "Why aren't you going in?" Reverend Lotus arrived and asked. Reverend Xiaoyin recovered and looked at Reverend Lotus. "Didn't you go to the incorporeal spacetime? Can you come back?" Reverend Lotus said, "Which spirit god ran away, so I came back." Reverend Xiaoyin was surprised. "It seems that more old friends have come to this tea party. I just don't know if he will come back." Reverend Lotus said, "He shouldn't. The conflict between him and Master has never been resolved." Reverend Xiaoyin shook his head. "As one of the 3 reverends, the gap between us is so big. He can ignore Master but we can't." He suddenly stopped and didn't dare to speak again. Reverend Lotus stared at him. "You also want to ignore Master like him?" Reverend Xiaoyin hurriedly denied. "Of course not." Another person arrived. When he saw Reverend Xiaoyin and Reverend Lotus he quickly bowed. It was a young man. He looked very young but he was qualified to participate in the tea party. The young man's ancestor had made a great contribution by chance. This contribution allowed the young man's family to participate in every tea party. Logically speaking, if one participated in the tea party many times, even a fool could become a genius. Generation after generation they would eventually become a giant. However, the young man's family had always been like this. Their descendants didn't seem to have any cultivation talent. Reverend Xiaoyin glanced at the young man. Go in. The young man pursed his lips. Yes. Master gives this useless family a position every year. It's meaningless. Reverend Xiaoyin whispered. Reverend Lotus walked towards the divine gate. Master has his own reasons for doing things. A mighty bell rang. Both Void Master and Dimensional Master had arrived. Wood God had also arrived. He looked like an ordinary old man. He wore a green robe that didn't have a speck of dust on it. Void Master and Dimensional Master were very respectful towards Wood God. This old man was quite ancient. He had participated in several battles in the primordial space. He had personally witnessed the destruction of the primordial space and the birth of the Six Direction Society. He was an old man who had witnessed history. The stairway connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Flowers bloomed one after another, representing each seat. There were a total of 99 seats scattered above the 9 heavens. 9 of the seats were at the front. There was no order in the 9 seats. However, many people were used to recognizing the first seat on the left as the first seat. Since ancient times, the first and second seats had always been empty. Starting from the third seat, it was Wood God, Void Master, Dangu and Dimensional Master. The next seat was empty. Below them were Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin. Now Wood God and the others had sat down. Reverend Xiaoyin had also arrived. However, he could only sit at the back. He couldn't sit in the first row. The 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. Many people knew that the 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. They all looked at Reverend Xiaoyin strangely. Reverend Xiaoyin looked calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not far away, Bai Xianer arrived at a seat and sat down calmly. Chu Jian had also arrived. His temperament had changed, which attracted Reverend Xiaoyin's attention. You've broken through to the immortal transformation realm. Chu Jian nodded and looked at the 9th seat. Path Master Lu hasn't arrived yet? Reverend Xiaoyin said faintly. He's the Path Master of the Above Heavens sect. It's normal that he comes late. Chu Jian laughed. He didn't mind. After breaking through to the immortal transformation realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he was still far from being comparable to Reverend Xiaoyin, he already knew what that level represented. His master had high hopes for him to be undefeated. As for Lu Yin, how could he be compared to him? The 99 seats continued to be filled. However, it was impossible to fill all the seats. Only the 9,990,000 people who were listening to the teachings were missing. They were all looking at the ripples in the void and the people sitting in the seats with envy. The people who were most envious were naturally the people in the top 9 seats. They were the closest to the great heavenly venerates. Yuan Sage had arrived. He was supposed to be in the endless battlefield, but the eternal race had suddenly retreated. Thus, he returned at this special time of the tea party and sat down in a seat that wasn't too close to the top 9 seats. Looking at the empty 9th seat and then at Reverend Xiaoyin's expression, Yuan Sage sneered. That son of the Lu family wouldn't have it easy. Based on his understanding of Reverend Xiaoyin, he might cause trouble during this tea party. However, he didn't know if that son of the Lu family would bring that mount. If he could bring it to please his master, he might still have a chance of survival. He was really looking forward to it. Martial strength wasn't prohibited at the tea party. Son of the Lu family, this 9th seat of the tea party was the most glorious moment of your life. However, it was also the moment that would drag you into the abyss. Sitting behind Yuan Sage was that young man. The young man looked apprehensive. He looked around from time to time and bit his lip. Everyone's aura here made him tremble. Was he really qualified to sit here? In particular, the aura of the person in front of him was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged man who had lost half of his face. He looked particularly terrifying. When he saw the young man looking at him, he smiled gently. However, because he had lost half of his face, his smile was very sinister and gave the young man a scare. Don't be afraid. This is an injury, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. The young man swallowed his saliva and said, "Hello, senior." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Calm down. This is a rare opportunity. I have made great contributions in the endless battlefield to have this opportunity." The young man nodded. Yuan Sage turned around and shouted, "Shut up." The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he bowed deeply. Sorry to disturb you, Yuan Sage. The young man followed suit and bowed deeply. Yuan Sage was disgusted. His seat was occupied by extremely strong powerhouses in front of him and trash behind him. What contributions? What outstanding contributions? These were all nonsense. Sitting with trash like them would tarnish his status. They were all sons of the Lu family. In the past, his seat wouldn't have been so far behind. Those sons of the Lu family deserved to die. In front of him, someone turned around and smiled at Yuan Sage. You seem very unhappy. This is the tea party of a great heavenly venerate. Yuan Sage looked at this person with fear in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down and forced a smile. I understand, Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng had a scholarly temperament like a teacher who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Beside him, Mansion Master Gon smiled and said, Mr. Daheng, why are you so free to attend the tea party? In the past you didn't attend many tea parties. Mr. Daheng smiled and said, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and naturally came to attend the tea party. In the past, I would listen to the teachings of a great heavenly venerate even if I didn't attend. Someone on the other side chimed in. It's the same for us. If it weren't for the teachings of a great heavenly venerate, we wouldn't have been able to reach our current level of strength. The extremely strong powerhouses chatted with each other, making the tea party very lively. Chapter 2807. In the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, the seating time would end when the bell stopped ringing. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 direction society, all the famous people were either participating in the tea party or listening to the teachings. For example, the disciples of Lotus Lord Little Lien Ro, Lingmu and the others. For example, Jiang Xiaodao, the son of Saint Jiang, the son of Saint Food, the little food saint Bai Qian from Ultra Spacetime, the supreme powerhouse who guarded the laboratory, the Yu family, Surizan from the Wood World, Su Ji from the Virtual God Spacetime, Wu Man, Ji Shao from the Lost Clan and many others. Even the endless battlefield had people listening to his teachings, including Bodhi Saint. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was the biggest event of the Six Paths Guild. Whether it was the Six Paths Guild itself or the endless battlefield, everyone would pay attention to the tea party. Although the number of people who could listen to the teachings was limited, this group of people was enough to influence the entire operation of the Six Paths Guild. At that moment, even the war slowed down. Everyone listened to the sound of the bell, which was about to stop. When the bell ended, those who had yet to appear would not be able to participate in the tea party. Reverend God Shaoyin glanced at the 9th seat again. This son of the Lu family isn't here yet? Bai Xianer turned her head and looked to the right. Xia Xinji had arrived. He was qualified to attend the tea party, so he came without a sound. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan didn't come and didn't receive an invitation. Only Xia Xinji received an invitation when he met the Grand Empyrean last time. Su Heng and Su Lung subconsciously looked towards the back. That was the 99th seat, which should be Xianqi's seat. Xianqi had not arrived yet. Just as they were thinking, a huge shadow appeared outside the heaven gate. A deafening roar rang out, scaring all the 6 Directions Association cultivators outside the heaven gate. Their faces turned pale as they stared blankly at the Hell Flood Dragon. What the hell was that? How terrifying. Prison Flood Dragon liked these people's expressions and couldn't help but shout again. Shut up and go up. Lu Yin stomped down, interrupting the Hellworm's roar. The caged Wurm was very displeased, but it did not dare to vent its anger on Lu Yin. It could only charge towards the stairway. This place did not allow it to show off its might, but that was fine as well. It could go up there as well, and it wanted everyone to be afraid of it. Caged Flood Dragon's huge figure ascended the sky stairway and arrived at the tea party. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who would arrive at the last moment of the bell? Throughout the history of tea parties, those who did not show up would always arrive early, regardless of who they were. Even Void Lord and the other Spacetime Lords were like this. Very few people arrived at the last moment. The Yuan Sage looked over with a cold gaze and a cruel smile on his face. Son of the Lu family, you really came? Lu Yin appeared at the last moment of the bell's chime. He looked at the seats with a smile on his face. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. Below his feet was a prison dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lu Yin rarely wore white as it was too eye-catching. But today keeping a low profile was out of the question. He had officially entered the eyes of the entire Six Paths gang, and the eyes of these Ancestor Realm experts. Below his feet the prison flood dragon roared, wanting to display its powerful aura. It was time. There were so many humans. But when it focused its eyes, it blinked and stared ahead, seeing an Ancestor Realm expert. That aura was definitely an Ancestor Realm expert. Then it looked again and saw another and then another and another. Not only that, there were many Ancestor Realm auras that were exceptionally powerful. The prison flood dragon had a keen sense of smell and was even more sensitive to danger. At this moment it felt weak and helpless. It had originally planned to roar and brandish its claws, but now it was very well behaved. It lowered its head and the corners of its mouth curled up in a human-like manner, as if it wanted to use a smile to express its goodwill. The prison flood dragon looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and landed on the ground, glancing at his shoulder. The prison flood dragon understood and quickly shrunk its body, landing on Lu Yin's shoulder and grabbing it tightly. Only then would it be safe. Sorry for being late. There are so many familiar faces. Lu Yin walked step by step towards the 9th seat. Everyone looked at him. Some were curious while others were disgusted. The Shaoyin divine sovereign slowly turned to look at Lu Yin. Had the son of the Lu family arrived? He looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. At that moment time seemed to stop. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin's face. This. Lu Yin smiled brightly and happily at the Shaoyin divine sovereign. Everyone looked at the Shaoyin divine sovereign and Lu Yin strangely. They did not understand why Lu Yin was so happy, nor did they understand the Shaoyin divine sovereign's expression. Only Su Wei, Su Zhu Dangu and a few others understood. They all looked on as if they were watching a show. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's thoughts were very fast. The moment he recognized Lu Yin as Xianxia, he immediately wanted to inform Bai Wangyuan and the others. He had been tricked, this bastard. However, the bell stopped ringing at that moment and a supreme power descended. A Grand Empyrean had arrived. Lu Yin had waited until the last moment to appear because of this. He took a step forward and arrived at the 9th seat. He slowly sat down in front of the Shaoyin divine sovereign. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's sluggish expression made Venerable Lotus frown. What's wrong? No one could describe the Shaoyin divine sovereign's feelings. It was as if he had thrown his enemy under a guillotine and the guillotine was about to chop him down, only to find that he had been replaced at the last moment. He had become the one waiting for death under the guillotine. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was waiting for death, but the Shaoyin divine sovereign knew that he would be in big trouble if the plan went smoothly. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. The Yuan sage frowned. He knew the Shaoyin divine sovereign well. Was there something wrong with his expression? He had not participated in the entire process and had no idea what was going to happen next. He also did not know that the Shaoyin divine sovereign had been tricked by Lu Yin. The only difference was that he had underestimated Lu Yin and had not paid attention to Lu Yin's appearance. He had once thought that the Yuan sage could deal with him, so he had let the Yuan sage make a move. He had thought that Luo Shan could deal with Lu Yin, so he had not cared. He had thought that using Luo Shan to threaten Lu Yin would make him die in the endless battlefield, and that using the four-way scales would consign Lu Yin to eternal damnation. These thoughts had become the source of his greatest regret today. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action personally. This son of the Lu family was actually Xianxia. How long had he been hiding in the Six Direction sect? The aura of a Grand Empyrean descended, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands and suppressing the reincarnation spacetime. The world became transparent and spacetime seemed to have stopped. Everything slowed down. Petals floated past his eyes, and Lu Yin saw the Grand Empyrean through the petals. He had not expected the Grand Empyrean to be a woman. She was dressed in a pale golden robe and was sitting cross-legged. The Grand Empyrean's projection covered the world and everyone. A veil covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Lu Yin could only feel an incomparably intense and sacred aura. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Grand Empyrean. A voice constantly echoed in his ears and in his heart. You can't look. You don't dare to look. You don't have the qualifications to look. What right do you have to look? Lower your head, lower your head, lower your head. Countless voices echoed. It was as if the world and the universe were suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her eyes were so beautiful, but they were also so dignified. She was emotionless. Strands of almost solid sequence particles twined around her like flowing water. Auspicious clouds rose and emitted a colorful rainbow light. It was extremely beautiful. There was a loud bang as Lu Yin's mind exploded. Blood dripped down from his ears. He did not realize that aside from the top 9, no one dared to look directly at the Grand Empyrean. Even Reverend Lotus had her head lowered. Only Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Shanggu, and Master Wei were able to raise their heads and look directly at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind exploded again and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not look at the Grand Empyrean anymore. If he did, he would die. An intense aura of death spread out, wanting to devour him. The prison flood dragon trembled. Wood God looked at Lu Yin. Void Master, Grand Elder Shanggu, and Master Wei all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bleeding, but he stubbornly looked at the Grand Empyrean. He clearly did not have to look, but he wanted to see this person who had exiled the Lu family. He wanted to see the true master of the Six Direction Society. He wanted to see what this human leader looked like. He opened his celestial eye to share some of the pressure on Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not hear the Grand Empyrean at all. His mind continued to rumble and his vision became blurry. He could only use his celestial eye to stare at the Grand Empyrean. His forehead throbbed with pain, but even the celestial eye could not violate the Grand Empyrean's dignity. Suddenly Lu Yin's vision cleared and the rumbling disappeared. All of the Grand Empyrean's dignity retreated. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Young man, do what you can." Wood God's voice was very calm. Void Master smiled. "Young man, you should have some vitality." Shanggu praised, "You are very energetic." "You're just a little stupid." Void Master's voice was indiscernible. Finally the Grand Empyrean spoke. His voice was still so lofty that it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. "Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, Destiny, and the son of the Lu family, you have obtained their inheritances." Venerable Lotus was shocked. She looked at Lu Yin. She knew that the 3 of them had been the 3 realms and 6 paths during their heyday. They were the true 3 giants of the Above Heaven sect, and this kid had actually obtained their inheritances. Xiaoyin clenched his fists. Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, and Destiny. This son of the Lu family had actually obtained their inheritances? If he had known, he would not have underestimated Lu Yin. How hateful. Chu Jian's gaze turned cold. So what? He was undefeatable. Bai Xianer was calm. She had long known that Lu Yin had not only obtained their inheritances, but she also stared at Lu Yin's back. Where would he stand in the future? The Grand Empyrean's words shocked everyone who understood the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yuan Sheng's scalp went numb. Once this son of the Lu family matured, who would be able to stop him? He had to die. He had to die. Behind Yuan Sheng the youth stared blankly. He did not know anything about Wu Tian, but he knew that anyone who could catch the attention of a Grand Empyrean and sit in the first row was a supreme being. That person was so young, but he was so powerful. It would be great if he could become his disciple. Lu Yin panted heavily, wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled. He had withstood it. Although it had only been a short while, it was significant. He had seen the sequence particles in the Grand Empyrean's eyes. He had seen the indescribable terror. Even if it was difficult to bear, he had seen the supreme power of a Grand Empyrean. One day he would definitely be able to reach this height. Chapter 2808. The Grand Empyreans were lofty existences that looked down on everything. Ants couldn't see humans looking down on them. In their minds, humans might not even exist, but Lu Yin wasn't an ant. If he could see the Grand Empyreans, then they were the same kind of people. This was Lu Yin's stubbornness. Just like the last time he had met the Grand Empyrean had asked him if he hated him, but Lu Yin hadn't answered. He didn't have the qualifications to argue with the Grand Empyrean, but he did his best to maintain his dignity. This dignity was like a prairie fire that would one day incinerate everything in the universe. "Empyrean, the tea party can begin," Wood God said calmly. The Grand Empyrean's gaze shifted away from Lu Yin. His empty eyes did not look at the people seated in the audience or the 99 million listeners. Instead he looked at the reincarnation spacetime, the Six Directions Society, the boundless battlefield, the countless people who were fighting against the Eternals, and even the countless geniuses who had been born in the long river of time. Names came out of the Grand Empyrean's mouth, each of them representing the people who had contributed to humanity and sacrificed their lives. This was the tea party. Tasting tea wasn't just tasting tea but also tasting life, tasting time and tasting the long history. The Grand Empyrean would speak at every tea party. Those people were worthy of her speaking and were worthy of everyone's remembrance. This was humanity. The Eternals said that emotions were humanity's greatest weakness, but for humans it was the opposite. Without emotions, how could one be human? The bonds and emotions between people were the basic meaning of maintaining the human race. Emotions were the source of human strength. As he listened to the Grand Empyrean savoring history, Lu Yin felt as if he had fallen into the long river of time. He saw geniuses rise up one after another, fighting and killing for humanity. That surging passion made him want to roar at the sky. It wasn't just him, everyone was the same. Even people like the Void Lord and Head Elder Gu would feel their blood boil because of the heroic spirits that had fought to the death. At this moment, everyone, including the Grand Empyreans, was cheering for these people. It didn't matter if they were seniors or juniors, it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. At the tea party, there were also people who had broken limbs and couldn't speak. They had contributed to humanity, and they were the ones who deserved the most respect. The sequence particles soared and headed toward the endless battlefield, bringing with them voices and names. It was like a miracle that made one's blood boil. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye once more, and he finally understood what was going on. It wasn't just the stories of those people that had influenced them, it was also because the Grand Empyrean had touched the sequence particle. She had most likely touched upon something that had caused the tragic events of the past to reappear, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lu Yin finally understood that this was the true meaning of the tea party. Although humans had emotions, they also had forgetfulness. Every tea party, the Grand Empyrean would use this method to remind everyone of history and never forget it. This was the only way to unite the entire Six Direction Society, unite humanity and fight to the death against the Eternals. The Eternals did not need to be united. They were loyal to the one true God and they fought for the one true God. However, humans were different. There were also negative emotions. Positive emotions were the source of motivation for human cultivation, while negative emotions could also cause people to become traitors. The Grand Empyreans used this method to unite humanity as much as possible. No matter how she treated the Lu family, no matter what enmity she had with him, what she was doing now was truly for the sake of all of humanity. It was no wonder that Void Master and the others were willing to cooperate with the Grand Empyrean. For several days the Grand Empyrean did not stop. The names that she mentioned seemed to be imprinted in everyone's hearts. This continued until 5 days later. Only then did the music stop. Wood God stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." Void Master, Grand Elder Dan Gu, Master Wei and the others also stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." They bowed not because of their cultivation, but because of the Grand Empyrean's respect for history and those who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. They were bowing to this action. The Grand Empyrean's tea party was a monument in their hearts. The names that had been engraved on the monument were displayed before everyone's eyes. Humanity would never forget their contributions. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." Lu Yin bowed deeply. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." In the Six Direction Society's boundless battlefield, countless people bowed. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." No one knew if it was an illusion, but everyone seemed to see the people whose names had been praised by the Grand Empyrean appear from the river of time and return the bow. At this moment the hearts of the human race were united. They wanted nothing more than to kill the everlasting race and eliminate this old enemy once and for all. After everyone sat down, the Grand Empyrean's voice sounded again. "The tea party will take a while. If anyone has any questions, you can raise them." Someone immediately stood up and bowed. "Grand Empyrean, this junior's cultivation is often disturbed by the noise. My body's circulation is not smooth, and my cultivation is regressing instead of advancing. Is there a solution?" The Grand Empyrean said, "Experience the various forms of humans and be immortal." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Grand Empyrean, this junior has cultivated the Heaven Awakening technique to greater mastery and can no longer cultivate. How can this be solved?" "Kill a powerful enemy in the boundless battlefield and I will bestow you with a cultivation technique." "Thank you, Grand Empyrean." "Grand Empyrean, Those who asked were all progenitors. Lu Yin looked over and saw that he did not recognize most of them. It had to be said that there was still a group of progenitors in the Six Direction Association. Even if each parallel universe only had 5, the Six Direction Association had close to 30 people in total. Moreover, there were even more in the parallel universes in the outer realms. Among them, Lu Yin saw several strangely dressed progenitors. One of them wore something that looked like a gourd, but Lu Yin did not know where it came from. Each of them only had one eye, and that eye almost covered their entire face. It was very strange. These people either came from the parallel universes of the endless battlefield or from the outer realms. He did not see Jiang Qingyue. Did she not come? The Shaoyin divinity was restless and looked at Xianxia from time to time. He wanted to express something, but Xianxia did not look at him at all. The Shaoyin divinity was so angry that he wanted to slap Xianxia. Dao Master Lu, don't you have anything you want to ask, Master? Lotus Reverend suddenly asked. Lu Yin looked at her. Lotus Reverend, are you talking to me? Lotus Reverend was calm. Yes. Oh. Lotus Reverend looked at him and then looked away. She did not say anything else. Everyone was very casual at the tea party. If someone asked a question, they did not necessarily need the Grand Empyrean to answer. This was a chance for them to improve, so many people wanted to participate. Lu Yin turned to look at the Shaoyin divinity. Long time no see, Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity stared at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "You are Xianxia." Lotus Reverend was shocked. What Xianxia? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The power of Yin is not bad. The Shaoyin divinity clenched his fists. You dare to trick me? At that moment the Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Xianxia. Everyone immediately fell silent. No one dared to make a ruckus when the Grand Empyrean spoke. Xianxia hurriedly stood up. Senior Grand Empyrean, I am here. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Xianxia. Why are Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan standing outside the heaven gate? The Shaoyin divinity's heart sank. He stared at Xianxia and kept signaling him with his eyes. Xianxia acted as if he did not see it and said respectfully, "It seems that they have something to report to Senior Grand Empyrean." He glanced at Lu Yin. It has to do with Dao Master Lu. The Grand Empyrean was interested. Is that so? Let them in. Evergreen Saint let them pass through the heaven gate. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan brought Luo Lauer in. Behind them was 9 glories. Luo Lauer's heart trembled. The true test had arrived. He had to face the Grand Empyrean? In the past he had never dared to imagine that such a day would come. His legs trembled when he thought about it. He looked up and saw that the stairway was so tall that he could not walk anymore. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Xianxia, don't be nervous. As long as you present the evidence, it will be enough to consign Lu Xiaoxian to eternal damnation. He is a spy. If you testify against him, you will have contributed to humanity. The Grand Empyrean will reward you. Luo Lauer swallowed. 9 Glories was more excited than anyone else. The Shaoyin divinity had promised that as long as the Lu family's son was a spy, he would be able to become a sage. A sage was a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime. His status far surpassed that of a martial ancestor, and the 6th mainland could not compare to him. He had betrayed Lu Yin because of this, but it could not be considered a betrayal. The 6th mainland and the 5th mainland had always been enemies. The martial ancestor had personally participated in the 5th mainland's battle to eliminate the 5th mainland's geniuses and prevent them from threatening the 6th mainland. Now that the martial ancestor was dead, 9 Glories would inherit the martial ancestor's will and deal with Lu Yin first. 9 Glories took a deep breath and followed by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan up the stairway. At the end of the stairway was the sage's position. At the tea party everyone waited quietly. Soon Bai Wangyuan's group of 4 arrived. Before the Grand Empyrean could speak, the Shaoyin divinity suddenly shouted, "Master's tea party is very important. If you dare to disturb Master without any important matters, I will make you pay the price." Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan exchanged glances. Something was wrong. The Shaoyin divinity's attitude was different from the plan. The Shaoyin divinity seemed to want to chase them away. Shangu was unhappy. Shaoyin divinity, the Grand Empyrean let them in. Whether they disturb or not has nothing to do with you. Why are you jumping up? Su Wei lazily said, "That's right. The Grand Empyrean hasn't said anything, so why don't you shut up?" The Shaoyin divinity gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan felt that something was wrong. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, why are you waiting outside the Heaven's Gate? The Grand Empyrean asked, bringing with him a supreme pressure. Bai Wangyuan's mind raced. He wanted to retreat and was about to speak. Xianxia spoke up. Senior Grand Empyrean, they seem to want to accuse Lu Yin of being a spy. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with bewildered expressions. The Shaoyin divinity stared at Xianxia. This idiot. Lu Yin was confused. Accuse me? By Xianxia, are you joking? I was the one who chased the eternal tribe out of the primordial space. I was the one who fought the eternal tribe to the death. How did I become a spy? Xianxia said, I'm not sure. Brother Bai and Brother Wang said so. They even brought witnesses. Chapter 2809. Bai Wangyuan was bewildered. Xianxia was clearly involved in this matter, so why did it seem like he was trying to exclude himself? Bai Wangyuan felt that something was amiss. Senior Grand Empyrean, we are not. Nine Glories, why are you following them? Lu Yin suddenly barked. Nine Glories was not stupid. He also felt that something was amiss, but he did not dare to speak. This was the first time he had seen so many progenitors. In the outside world, the 99 million people who were listening to the teachings were watching this scene. Although there were only 99 million people, there were far more people who had accompanied these people to the tea party. This was because there were people constantly spreading news about the tea party, especially the changes that had occurred, which attracted the attention of countless people. Many people recognized Luo Lauer. Why is Luo Lauer there? Didn't he disappear with Mu Jun? He's qualified to attend the tea party? Bai Wangyuan bowed deeply. Senior Grand Empyrean, we do not know what Xianxia is talking about. We just want to attend the tea party. Wang Fan also said, that's right. We just want to attend the tea party. Do you take us for fools? The Void Master asked coldly. The Wood God shook his head. They also take you for fools. Interesting. The Void Master found it funny. Bai Wangyuan's expression turned ugly. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin hurriedly faced the Grand Empyrean. Master, actually, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the Grand Empyrean is asking them, not you. The Wood God's voice was calm, but it forcefully cut off Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's words, making it difficult for him to speak. This was the difference in cultivation. Speak. The Grand Empyrean barked. His voice shook the sky and shook the echelon, causing everyone's minds to buzz. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were aghast. This explosion almost caused them to faint. The Grand Empyrean's supreme might continued to rise, replacing the universe's stars. An existence similar to the origin tribulation had even appeared. They did not doubt that if they dared to speak nonsense again, the Grand Empyrean would definitely unleash an unimaginable attack. Bai Wangyuan did not hesitate or think any further. At this moment he had no choice but to prove that Lu Xiaoxian was a spy. Otherwise he might not have a good ending. Senior Great Heavenly Venerable, Lu Xiaoxian is a spy planted by the Eternals. Above Heaven Sect's 9 luminaries and 6 direction associations Xianxia are witnesses. Wang Fan reacted faster than Bai Wangyuan and stepped forward to testify. Even though Xianxia had just mentioned this matter, the crowd was still astonished by Wang Fan's words. Lu Yin was the Tao master of the sect of heaven in the primordial space. Although this sect of heaven was different from the sect of heaven of the past, the name of the sect of heaven represented the peak of the human race's glory. It represented an era when even the Eternals did not dare to show their faces. Now, the Daoist master of the above heaven sect had actually been identified as a spy. This had completely overturned the worldview of everyone who understood that era. Everyone looked at Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin's face was expressionless. Master Wei's interest was piqued. You've accused Lu Xiaoxian of being a spy and at this tea party. You must have proof. Now that things had come to this, Bai Wangyuan and the others had no choice but to stake everything on this one throw. That's right. His name is Ninefold Brilliance and he's one of the 12 heavenly gates in the above heaven sect. He's the house lord of the Blood Heaven Gate, and he can attest to Lu Xiaoxian's strange behavior. He works with the Eternals, and whenever Lu Xiaoxian is in trouble the Eternals help him. There's a person from the Eternals called Yebua. This proves that whenever Yebua is active Lu Xiaoxian goes into seclusion. This Yebua is only active for a very short period of time, and it's almost like he's empty. Thus, Zhou Xian also goes into seclusion for a very short period of time. It's normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years, but Zhou Xian only goes into seclusion for a few years at most. Most people only go into seclusion for a few months, and it's fine if it's only once or twice. However, he does this all year round, and it's been decades. Many people can testify to this. For this reason, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin specially invited Xianxia to cooperate with our investigation. The final result also matches the clues provided by 9 luminaries. Not only that, but Bai Wuxian of the Eternal Race's 7 sky gods is also hiding in the Above Heaven sect. He's working with Zhou Xian. As long as we capture everyone in the Above Heaven sect and investigate them one by one, we'll definitely be able to find Bai Wuxian. Bai Wangyuan had clearly been prepared for this. His words seemed logical, but he was actually using the existing facts to prove that Lu Yin was a spy. These facts had nothing to do with the spy, but he had used 9 luminaries and Xianxi's names to forcefully make things seem like a spy. In the end, he even mentioned Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian had a huge impact on everyone. Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods, and he posed the greatest threat. This was because Bai Wuxian had a list in his hands called Eternal Life. This list recorded all the spies, not only from the primordial space but also from the 6 Direction Society. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was also dragged away by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan felt that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's attitude was not right, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could not pull Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin out of this. Either they had to shoulder the blame together and Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had to be the one at the front. Either they could prove that Lu Yin was a spy and everyone would be happy, or they would all suffer together. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was gloomy. Everyone was selfish. He was like this, and Bai Wangyuan was even more so. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had always flaunted his self-interest and acted despicably, but he had never expected to be tricked by Lu Yin and defeated by his own arrogance. He had also never expected to be tricked by Bai Wangyuan. Many people looked at him. So it's Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin who's working with you. Xianxia, is it? He's still trustworthy. Void Master smiled. Great Elder Shan Gu nodded. I've heard of Xianxi's name before. If he was the one who pointed it out, then... He then looked at Lu Yin. Pathmaster Lu, what else do you have to say for yourself? Void Master spoke up. Xianxia captured a spy in my hyperspace and even pointed out he ran in the end. He ran also disappeared after that incident, and it's possible that he fled to avoid punishment. Xianxi's words are trustworthy. Lu Yin glanced at Void Master. He had not expected Void Master to say such a thing. How could he have thought that he ran was a spy? During today's tea party, Void Master and the others had spoken up multiple times, and they all had the same meaning. If Lu Yin had not recognized Void Master, he would have suspected that Bai Qian was an imposter. Did Void Master really believe Bai Wangyuan, or did he agree with Void Master and the others? Since these important figures had spoken up, many people below agreed. They all looked at Lu Yin with vigilance and curiosity. Bai Kun heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had made the right move. Xianxia was indeed someone with a reputation in the 6 Directions Society. He looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he found that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's expression was getting worse. What was going on? They had already reached this stage, so why was Xianxia still acting like this? Hold on. Bai Wangyuan suddenly reacted and he turned to look at Luo Lauer. This Xianxia wouldn't betray them, right? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's attitude made Bai Wangyuan extremely uneasy. The more Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin acted like this, the more likely it was that this weapon that had pointed out Zhou Xian would harm him instead. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer. Xianxia, tell us your conclusion. Wang Fan had naturally thought of this as well, and he stared at Luo Lauer. May I ask where my younger brother Xianxia is? Su Heng's voice rang out, and when it reached Bai Wangyuan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that almost stunned him. Wang Fan looked at Su Heng and then at Luo Lauer. Younger brother? This person was definitely familiar with Xianxia, but wasn't Xianxia right here? Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Lauer in a daze. He finally understood why Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had stopped them. No wonder he had such an attitude. This Xianxia was a fake. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had stopped them the moment they had arrived, which meant that he had already known that this Xianxia was a fake. Did that mean that Xianxia was really here? Otherwise, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could have notified Bai Wangyuan before the tea party. If he had not notified them, it meant that he had not made it in time. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan both looked at Lu Yin. It was him. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin closed his eyes. He had opened his mouth several times, but he had been interrupted each time. At this tea party, Zhou Xian and Xianxia had not been the only ones who had tricked him. Even Su Heng Wood God and the others had been helping Zhou Xian. He had no choice but to watch as Bai Wangyuan and the others stepped into Zhou Xiaoxuan's trap. "Where's my younger brother Xianqi?" Su Ling asked, puzzled. Su Wuwei was astonished as well. "That's right, where did Xianqi go? You said that Xianqi proved that Dao Lord Lu was a spy, so let him come out." "Let Xianqi come out," Xiao Xi said. Lu Yin smiled at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin opened his cold eyes and stared at Lu Yin. "Lu Xiaoxian, you're Xianqi." There was a moment of silence and then laughter. Su Wei, Su Heng, Su Leng and the others could not help but laugh. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan's faces were ashen. They finally understood. This little bastard had changed his method. He was Xianqi, but when he went to the four-way scales he had found someone to impersonate him. They did not know what method he had used to fool Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, but he had used Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to prove that the impersonator was Xianqi. Despicable, shameless little bastard. The two were furious. This was the third time they had been fooled. Su Wei laughed so hard that he could not breathe. "Xiaoyin, do you know what you are saying? You said that Lu Xiaoxian is Xianqi? You mean that you want Xianqi to prove that he is a spy?" Many laughed again. Venerable Lotus frowned and looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin unhappily. "Don't talk nonsense." The Xiaoyin deity was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to slap Lu Yin and Su Wei to death. That old bastard definitely knew that Lu Xiaoxian was Lu Yin, and the Void Master definitely knew as well. How many people present knew? How many people were laughing at him? These bastards. Dan Gu looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin with a smile. The Lost Clan had been waiting for this day for a long time. If not for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's instigation, the Lost Clan would not have started a war with the reincarnation spacetime, and two people with the surname Dan would not have died. They had never forgotten this grudge. Today Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin would not have a good ending. "Xiaoyin." A majestic voice sounded. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and knelt before the Grand Empyrean. "Master." "Say it again." Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's face was pale and his eyes flickered. "Master, this disciple was foolish and was deceived by a villain. Please, Master." Lu Yin sneered and faced the crowd. "Everyone, let me formally introduce myself. I am Lu Yin, the Path Master of the above heavens. In the four-way scales I am Lu Xiaoxian and in the six-way society I am Xianqi." Everyone was stunned. It was really Xianqi? Su Heng and Su Leng were calm. They already knew that Lu Yin had told them. Some of the people present knew but most did not. Chapter 28:10. Outside the tea party, everyone else was stunned. Su Ji, Su Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, Xiaoyan and the others were all stunned. Xianqi was Lu Yin? Was he that legendary Dao Lord from the Genesis space? This was simply inconceivable. No one had thought of this before and it overturned everyone's understanding. Bai Wangyuan clenched his fists and stared at Lu Yin. It was over. Their plan had been wrong from the start and they had been fooled from the start. Zhu Yao was the most terrified. He had framed Lu Yin at the Grand Empyrean tea party, and he himself was not even a progenitor. One could imagine what would happen to him. Lu Yin looked at them. "Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, your four directions Libras are working together with Reverend Xiaoyin to slander me? What a joke. If I was a spy, the four directions Libras would have long been out of the picture. If I was a spy, the six directions society would have suffered countless losses." And you, Zhu Yao. Lu Yin did not hate Bai Wangyuan and the others for framing him, nor did he hate Divinity Xiaoyin for scheming against him. These were all enemies and it was normal for them to do whatever they wanted. What he hated was Zhu Yao. "Because the martial ancestor died for humanity, I gave you a chance to join the Above Heaven sect and become the Blood Heaven sect master. But you betrayed me and joined the Four Directions Scales and Divinity Xiaoyin. How can you face the Above Heaven sect? Did the Four Directions Scales really think that you can deal with me by instigating a piece of trash?" Zhu Yao lost all his strength and he no longer had the heart to argue. His fear was magnified. Suddenly, a gaze replaced the world and illuminated the universe. The next moment he slowly disappeared from his head to his feet. The intense pain made him want to howl, but he could not make a sound. Everyone looked at Zhou Yao and watched as his body slowly disappeared. It was silent but cruel. This was the method of a Grand Empyrean. There was no need to explain it in detail, as a Grand Empyrean could understand everything. Zhou Yao was the most tragic one, and he was also the first to be dealt with. The entire process took an entire incense stick's worth of time. Everyone calmly watched Zhou Yao go from life to death, experiencing pain without being able to make a sound as he gradually disappeared from the world. From then on, the 9 luminaries no longer existed in this universe. Lu Yin wanted to stop him, but he was shocked by the Grand Empyrean's methods. With his heavenly eye, he watched as the 9 glories disappeared as the particles streaked past. His entire body turned into a wisp of smoke as he followed the particles. Although the entire process took half an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yin watched in a daze. He wanted to see what had happened to 9 glories, but in the end he couldn't see it clearly. He couldn't understand the methods of a Grand Empyrean. Even with the heavenly eye he could not understand it. It was not that the heavenly eye was weak. After all, he was only at the peak of the emissary level. The tea party was silent. At this time only the wood deity spoke up. Celestial sovereign, the Xiaoyin deity colluded with the 4 cardinal scales to frame Lu Yin as a spy. How should we deal with this? Everyone looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean was tall and majestic. Although she was a woman, she covered the world and made everyone look up to her. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin didn't dare to argue. It was useless to say anything now. Xiaoyin, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. You may not return. The Grand Empyrean's punishment convinced everyone. Even if Divine Venerable Xiaoyin wanted to live in an ordinary parallel space-time battlefield for 10,000 years in the endless battlefield, the Eternals wouldn't allow it. Furthermore, according to the hidden rules of the Sixth Direction Society, he had to enter the top 5 battlefields where the battle was intense. He had to be in the top 10 at least. The Yuan sage trembled. Fortunately, the son of the Lu family had determined that he couldn't harm anyone. He was determined to be someone who couldn't make a move against him. Otherwise he would definitely be involved in this matter. He definitely wouldn't be able to survive in the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. When he thought of this, he had to thank Lu Xiaoxian. By Wang Yuan Wang Fan Xiaxinji, enter the endless battlefield for 10,000 years. This was also a punishment from a Grand Empyrean. The primordial space was one of the 6 direction societies. In the words of the first meeting, the Grand Empyrean was now the master of humanity. She could punish anyone as long as she wanted. Bai Xian'er's expression was calm, as if Bai Wang Yuan's punishment had nothing to do with her. Xiaxinji's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin for help. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Grand Empyrean, Xiaxinji did not participate in the 4 cardinal scales framing me. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin turned around and looked at Xiaxinji with a murderous gaze. It turned out that he was on Lu Xiaoxuan's side. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan were stunned. Why would Xiaxinji help Lu Xiaoxian? Lu Yin calmly faced their gazes and had no intention of explaining. Xiaxinji looked at the Grand Empyrean nervously, waiting for her to change the punishment. However, the Grand Empyrean did not change it. First Meeting stood up and looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin had already stopped Bai Wang Yuan and the others from framing you as a spy, which was considered a repentance. However, he had to continue twice because of Xiaxinji. Since Xiaxinji didn't help Bai Wang Yuan and the others, that means that he's on your side. In that case, not only did Divine Venerable Xiaoyin and the 4 cardinal scales work together to frame you, but you also deliberately set up a trap for them to step into, right? If that's the case, then Xiaxinji should receive the same punishment. There's also that person. If I'm not wrong, that person is Xianxia, the one who tricked the 4 cardinal scales. He should be punished as well. First Meeting pointed at Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer almost peed himself. Punished? When he thought of Zhou Yao's tragic death, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin sneered. Xiao Zun, are you saying that since Divine Venerable Xiaoyin discovered that I'm Xianxia and knew that he couldn't frame me and wanted to cancel his plan, I should have let him cancel it instead of pursuing the matter? First Meeting's gaze was cold. Whether or not you should pursue the matter during the tea party is Master's Tea Party, the biggest event of the 6 Paths Association. It's a place where countless people yearn to improve themselves and cherish the memory of humanity. This is not a battlefield for your schemes. I don't think I'm the one who chose this battlefield, Lu Yin said coldly. First meeting's expression was indifferent. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin is in the wrong, but he's repentant. After the tea party you can report to Master and punish him, but not now. Lu Yin laughed. What a hypocrite. If I wasn't Xianxia, would you still be saying this at the tea party today? If I'm recognized by everyone as a spy during this tea party, it will definitely be the most eye-catching event of the tea party, and it will also be the most important event in history. Is this what you want to see? The Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect being a spy? Is this what the reincarnation spacetime wants to see? Impudent. First meeting shouted. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What right do you have to jump out and criticize me? The four-side scale couldn't turn a piece of trash against me, so Divine Venerable Xiaoyin sent a piece of trash like you to twist the truth. Who do you think you are? First meeting raised his head. I don't have the right. You're just a clown. Do you really think you're the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect? Do you really think you can call yourself the Above Heaven sect just because you gathered a bunch of random people? Today I'll let you see the truth. He faced the Grand Empyrean and bowed deeply. Master, please allow this disciple to fight the Lu family's son. One battle. Everyone exchanged glances. Although the tea party didn't forbid martial arts, with the incident of the spy and the perfect young master challenging the Lu family's son, no one would believe that the reincarnation spacetime wasn't targeting the origin space. But so what? Under the Grand Empyrean's suppression, everything was meaningless. Allow. This one word represented the Grand Empyrean's attitude. The Void Master and the others didn't speak. This battle was between First Meeting and Lu Yin. They were about the same age. Although First Meeting had already broken through to the Immortal realm, that was because Lu Yin hadn't broken through. This battle was fair. Bai Xianer looked up at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Let me see what level you've reached now. First Meeting was the perfect young master of the reincarnation spacetime. To anyone who knew him, this young master learned everything very quickly and did everything perfectly. His reputation was greater than many powerhouses. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 venerables and 9 sages. When they were mentioned, they definitely wouldn't forget this young master. But when it came to battle experience, it seemed like no one knew. Lu Yin had checked before. This young master had never fought in the 6 Directions gathering. But since he had such a reputation, it definitely wasn't baseless. There had to be a reason, but no one knew the reason. I know that you once defeated Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan is the only Daoist that your primogenitor has ever met. As for me, I'm a Grand Empyrean's disciple. You and I aren't even on the same level. Lu Xiaoxian, today I'll show you the difference between heaven and earth. First Meeting raised his arms and a bow and arrow naturally took shape. A strange feeling rose in everyone's hearts as if something had been sucked away. An arrow shot out heading straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected First Meeting to use a bow and arrow. 7 God Arrow. Someone exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 7 God Arrow. It seemed to be a battle technique of the Bao Saint, one of the 9 sages. Rumor had it that the 7 gods couldn't avoid it and could only take it head-on. The arrow wasn't ordinary either, as it used the 7 emotions of a human. It had an unstoppable sharpness, but it could also strike a person's heart and create openings. The Bao Saint had used the 7 God arrow to slaughter everyone in the boundless battlefield, and it was far stronger than Qin Li's archery. It was clearly an arrow, but it wasn't very fast because it couldn't be avoided. As long as Lu Yin had the 7 emotions, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. This was First Meeting's first move. In the audience, the Bao Saint's eyes lit up. It had to be said that it was perfect. First Meeting's arrow was far stronger than Gong Yu's. It wasn't just a difference in cultivation but also a difference in understanding. Under the premise that there wasn't an absolute difference in cultivation, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to deal with this arrow. The Bao Saint was very confident as this was the 7 God arrow. There was an absolute difference in cultivation, but it was the exact opposite. First Meeting was strong while that Lu Yin was weak. Everyone watched as the arrow shot towards Lu Yin. The more they understood the 7 God arrow, the more they understood how terrifying this seemingly ordinary arrow was. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The Bao Saint's eyes narrowed. He admired this Lu Yin as his spirit during the Gate of Heaven had won over many people. It was a pity that he was too arrogant. Just as First Meeting had said, The current celestial sect was no longer the celestial sect of the past. He wasn't a true Dao disciple, so he wanted to break the seven-god arrow with a single finger? What a joke. Lu Yin's finger collided with the arrow, but the expected scene of Lu Yin's finger being shattered did not occur. On the contrary, the arrow disappeared. The arena fell silent as everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin's finger. There was no trace of damage. But what about the seven-god arrow? Chapter 28:11. Bao Saint stood up and stared at Lu Yin's finger. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin retracted his finger. Continue. Chu Jian's bow disappeared and the seven-god arrow was ineffective. No wonder you were able to become the path master of the above heaven sect. I'm curious how you did it, but someone like you is terrifying. You're no different from a corpse king. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't understand and there's no point in explaining. You don't have many chances left. Make your move while I'm still patient. Arrogant. Chu Jian took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lu Yin and struck out with Stone Gate's 8 hands. Lu Yin frowned. He hadn't opened his celestial eye, so he couldn't see how Chu Jian had arrived. Wait, he hadn't used spatial travel but some other method. What method was that? First, Jianjie's movements were traceless, but his attacks were easily broken by Lu Yin. The Stone Gate's 8 hands was the Great Stone Saint's technique. It was very strong, but against Lu Yin, who had learned the Stone Gate's 8 hands, it was useless. Chu Jian had only attacked 3 times and on the 4th he had used Cosmos Conversion to try and dissolve Lu Yin's astral source. Lu Yin had also used Cosmos Conversion. Bang! There was a loud collision as their palms collided. Chu Jian's expression changed. How could this be? His astral source couldn't suppress Lu Yin's? Lu Yin grabbed Chu Jian's palm and exerted force, bending Chu Jian's hand and slamming his palm towards Chu Jian's forehead. At the same time, the Akalanatha King's elephant roared out. Lu Yin didn't hold back in this attack as he wanted to see what Chu Jian's trump card was. Chu Jian looked up and saw a grade 5 lotus blooming in front of him, shining brightly and illuminating the surroundings. This wasn't a venerated lotus treasure but rather a technique. Chu Jian had cultivated a grade 9 venerated lotus technique. Lu Yin's palm slammed into the grade 5 lotus, causing it to crack. Chu Jian's expression changed. A grade 5 lotus could block a progenitor's attack, but Lu Yin had cracked it with a single palm? Lu Yin hadn't expected Chu Jian to have cultivated a venerated lotus technique. He had already used 4 of the 9 sages' battle techniques. It was no wonder why he was called the perfect young exalt. He had cultivated each battle technique to the limit of his current realm, and he had even broken through that limit. Regardless of whether it was the 7 god arrows or the 5th grade lotus bloom, they were both considered ancestor realm level powers. As a half-martial ancestor, this person was able to continuously unleash the power of an ancestor. He was qualified to be called a young exalt. The 5th grade lotus blossom blocked Lu Yin's palm, but first Jian Wushuang's other hand clenched together. Extreme Yin energy gathered in his palm, forming a semi-conical object that stabbed towards Lu Yin. In divine all? Another person cried out in surprise. This time it was the power of the Shao Yin divine venerable. Just how much power did Chu Jian cultivate? He was clearly the disciple of a Grand Empyrean and cultivated the battle skills of a Grand Empyrean. However, he had been using the 3 sovereigns' 9 saints' battle skills so well that he was even more proficient than the disciples of the 3 sovereigns' 9 saints. Outside the tea party, Gong Yu, Xiaogu and the others watched in shock. This was the young master, the perfect young master, the strongest of the younger generation, recognized by everyone in the 6 Paths Association, the only one qualified to be accepted as a direct disciple by a Grand Empyrean. He was perfect. No matter what he cultivated, he was perfect. The Yin divine all brushed past Lu Yin's face, the power of extreme Yin invading his body like a malevolent demon. Jiang Sheng frowned. The power of extreme Yin has entered his body, freezing his body and even his consciousness. This Lu Xiaoxian is too careless. No one had thought that Lu Yin would be defeated so quickly, but the fact that the power of extreme Yin had entered his body had sped up his defeat. This person still didn't understand. 6 Paths Association. Only the Shao Yin divine venerable had an ugly expression. Had this kid been careless? No, he had done it on purpose because he also cultivated extreme Yin. He finally realized that Zhou Xian was Xianxia, which meant that he was hiding something about extreme yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew how far he had cultivated it. No wonder he hadn't allowed Xiao Yin to inspect him. Xiao Yin should have been more vigilant. Xiao Yin was the one who had been careless. Not only did Chu Jian not relax when the power of extreme yin entered his body, he even let go of the yin divine all, allowing it to transform into extreme yin power and invade Lu Yin's body. Lotus flowers bloomed in front of him and he raised his hand, summoning the 7 god arrows once more. This time the arrows shot out like 7 rainbows, dazzling the eyes as they shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand again and tapped out 7 times, causing the 7 arrows to disappear at the same time just like the first arrow. Chu Jian said arrogantly, "Let's see how long you can last." He continued to shoot out arrows, using them to consume Lu Yin's strength. The power of extreme yin had already entered his body, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. When the yin divine all completely disappeared, Chu Jian's extreme yin power had completely entered Lu Yin's body. Chu Jian's eyes widened and the power of the 7 god arrows suddenly increased. Astral sources wreaked havoc, causing thunder to rumble from the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Xing and the other progenitors felt the pressure of Chu Jian's astral sources. Although this kid was only a half progenitor, he had the power to directly face a progenitor. Su Wei sighed. "I've never believed in perfection, but now I do. This Xiao Zun is much more powerful than I was when I was young. His future is unimaginable." The 7 god arrows turned into afterimages, and it was impossible to count how many arrows were shot out. However, Lu Yin's fingers also turned into afterimages, blocking all of the 7 god arrows. Gradually, Chu Jian felt that something was amiss. Lu Yin's strength hadn't weakened in the slightest. A yin divine all suddenly appeared next to Lu Yin. Here. The yin divine all shot towards Chu Jian, shattering the 7 god arrows along the way. It contained far more extreme yin power than what Chu Jian had just used. Chu Jian's expression changed. "How could this be? You've also cultivated extreme yin power?" Many people looked at the Xiao Yin divine sovereign. How could he have allowed Zhou Xian to cultivate extreme yin power? Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stood in the distance. They should have been sent to the endless battlefield as punishment, but because of Chu Jian's battle with Lu Yin, they hadn't left yet. When they saw Lu Yin use extreme yin power, their expressions changed and they looked at the Xiao Yin divine sovereign with confusion. The Xiao Yin divine sovereign clenched his fists. As expected, this kid's extreme cultivation of extreme yin power had he absorbed. Just how much extreme yin power had he absorbed? The yin divine all slammed into the lotus, shattering the grade 5 lotus. Lu Yin grabbed the last 7 god arrow that had shot towards him and threw it back at Chu Jian. The Bao Saint was shocked. Impossible. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and once it was shot, it would definitely hit its target. No one had ever heard of someone being able to shoot a 7 god arrow back at the person who had shot it. Su Zhu praised. This was Wu Fei's celestial eye. Chu Jian had used the 7 god arrow so many times in front of Lu Yin. It would be strange if he hadn't learned it. Wu Fei's celestial eye could break through all weapons. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and it was also a type of weapon. As long as it was a weapon, it couldn't escape Wu Fei's celestial eye's analysis. They didn't know that Lu Yin had mastered the sword sect's 13th sword, and he was no stranger to using emotions as a sword. The Yin divine all shattered the grade 5 lotus, and the arrow shot through the cracks towards Chu Jian. Not only did this arrow have the power of Chu Jian's arrow, but it also had Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin had not held back. Chu Jian released his grip, and another 7 god arrow shot out, colliding with Lu Yin's arrow. Both arrows shattered, but a force tore through the void and slammed into Chu Jian's body, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Everyone watched in amazement. Chu Jian had used all sorts of power, but Lu Yin had used Chu Jian's own strength and injured him instead. Who was the perfect person here? Lu Yin shook his head. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Be careful from now on." His expression turned cold. "You'll die." Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished and space itself became a line in Lu Yin's eyes. He appeared in front of Chu Jian and slammed his palm down with absolute power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and a blackish-purple substance spread out from his palm. His palm was in the undying state and even progenitors had to retreat from this attack. Chu Jian's expression was cold as he looked up and watched Lu Yin's palm descend. He didn't even try to dodge. Lu Yin's palm landed on Chu Jian's face without any resistance. This palm strike was enough to kill an ordinary progenitor, and Chu Jian hadn't been prepared for it at all. However, it was precisely because he hadn't been prepared that Lu Yin felt that something was wrong. He stared into Chu Jian's eyes and saw a sneer and mockery. Lu Xiaoxian, I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Lu Yin was also struck and a 5-fingered imprint was left on his white robes. Chu Jian's palm landed on Lu Yin's chest and he growled, "Annihilation." With a bang, the void exploded and Chu Jian's body was sent flying. He landed in front of the 9 seats, right before the Grand Emperor's eyes. He suddenly stood up and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. "You." Lu Yin also stared at him in shock. Chu Jian was surprised that Lu Yin hadn't been injured at all by his annihilation palm, and there was only a palm imprint on his white robes. That was the annihilation palm, and it had been taught by the Grand Emperor. It had once slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. How could it be useless? With Chu Jian's current strength, a full-powered annihilation palm was enough to severely injure an extremely powerhouse. Lu Yin was stunned. Chu Jian hadn't been injured at all by his palm strike, and even his hair wasn't messed up. How could this be? The two exchanged glances, both shocked by the other's strength. Chu Jian couldn't possibly have the ability to ignore Chu Jian's killing palm strike, but Chu Jian hadn't been affected at all. He didn't have the power of space or the power of time. What was going on? I remember now. Annihilation. He's the killing god. Someone exclaimed. It was Senior Li and he looked at Chu Jian excitedly. The others were puzzled at first and then someone exclaimed, "The killing god? Could it be that killing god who wantonly slaughtered immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield?" That's right. I remember now. The killing god's move is annihilation. Once annihilation is used, the corpse kings would retreat. So Xiao Zun is the killing god. He's actually the killing god. A total of 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings were praised by everyone in the endless battlefield. Xiao Zun, it's actually you. Senior Li was excited and his eyes were red. The Void Master and the others weren't surprised. If they didn't even know this, how could they be sure that Chu Jian was the perfect Xiao Zun? This was the strength he should have. With the strength of an imminent celestial, he had slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. He had even escaped from extremely powerhouse corpse kings several times. This was the origin of the word perfect. How many people had been able to do this since ancient times? Even they might not have been able to do it when they were young. Thank you. Faraway 1985 missing link begging the wind for 4 updates a day. Surrounding stars desert dust over impatience will lead to nothing brothers reward. I'll give it to you. Thank you. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, will be released on the internet at midnight tonight. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 28:12. It was easy to kill corpse kings, but that was under the premise that one could encounter extremely strong corpse kings at any time in the endless battlefield. Even Yuan Sage and other extreme powerhouses didn't want to go to that place. They believed that they would most likely die there, so Chu Jian had fought there. Yuan Sage exhaled. That's right, Xiao Zun was that killing god. They had even worked together in the endless battlefield. Xiao Zun's true strength was terrifying, but the most important thing was that he couldn't die. He had withstood heavy attacks from extremely strong corpse kings, and even an all-out attack, but he still hadn't died. Yuan Sage still didn't understand why, but this was Xiao Zun, the perfect Xiao Zun. Chu Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lu Yin. My achievements in the endless battlefield are nothing compared to yours, Dao Master Lu. You killed extremely strong powerhouses with the strength of an ascendant celestial, right, Dao Master Lu? Lu Yin stared at Chu Jian. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill, but it doesn't seem that easy for you. Ah. Chu Jian laughed. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill. Before this battle I would have thought that you were arrogant, but now I don't think so. Lu Xiaoxian, you're qualified to fight me. You're really lucky to be my first opponent after breaking through to the immortal realm. I promised Master that I would never be defeated after breaking through to the immortal realm. Let's see if you can break my promise. Secret technique, Phoenix splitting tail. A grayish-brown power surged from Zhou Xian's body. It seemed like an astral source, but it wasn't. It kept twisting like the air was boiling. He looked at Lu Yin. Nirvana, phoenix-splitting tail. With a roar, the grayish-brown power soared into the sky and turned into a grayish-brown phoenix-like existence that screeched at the sky. At that moment, the sky darkened and the void shook and cracked, revealing the darkness of despair. Lu Yin looked at the sky with a serious expression. This move wasn't weak. Lu Xiaoxian, let's see if you can withstand it. Nirvana Sky Phoenix Descent. The grayish-brown phoenix charged at Lu Yin, its eyes burning with grayish-brown power. Two black lines tore through the void and also tore through the space that Lu Yin could see. This was Zhou Xian's strongest attack so far. Under Lu Yin's eye of heaven, this attack could destroy heaven and earth. He was sure that ordinary progenitors wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Su Ling stood up and said fearfully, "Brother." Xia Shenji frowned. Young people nowadays were so scary. Although this attack was not as powerful as the divine martial saber domain, it was close. Nirvana and secret spells came from the Grand Empyrean. This attack displayed the power of the Grand Empyrean's teachings. Lu Yin looked up at the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix's descent before turning to Zhou Xian. "You misunderstand our power." The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix crashed down, but Lu Yin lifted it up with a single hand under everyone's stunned gazes. It was like a real phoenix being held up by Lu Yin. The power of nirvanic extermination and the secret technique of phoenix splitting tail had no effect on Lu Yin. The dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm was impenetrable. Everyone who saw this was shocked. Although they hadn't withstood the power of nirvana, it was still a battle skill given to them by a Grand Empyrean. How could it be blocked like this? The wood god smiled. Gu Yiji's inheritance can kill a progenitor with a mortal body. This child's talent is truly extraordinary. The Void Master sighed. The origin space was extremely glorious and gave birth to the three realms' six paths. Each of them was extremely powerful and walked their own path. Any one of their inheritances could create the glory of an era. In comparison, this. He didn't finish his sentence, but many people knew. Why did the Grand Empyrean hate the origin space? Aside from her grudge with the progenitor, it was also because the people in the origin space were too brilliant. The six paths of the three realms were clearly her juniors, but the power they created was mysterious and unfathomable. Those people were arrogant and unruly, which was one of the reasons why the Grand Empyrean hated the origin space. However, how many people could understand this point? Lu Yin had displayed the origin space's glorious power at the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Zhou Xian stared blankly. He hadn't felt anything before, but now he stared at the dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm. What was that? It had actually blocked the power of nirvana? Behind Lu Yin, the Akalanatha elephant roared, and its terrifying power shattered the nirvana celestial phoenix. The grayish-brown power of nirvana rained down on Zhou Xian's body. The only thing that makes me curious about you is your so-called undefeatable confidence. Let me see where it comes from. Lu Yin lowered his hand and aimed at Zhou Xian from afar. With a bang, he unleashed a clear void palm. A great five lotus bloomed in front of Zhou Xian again, but this time, it couldn't block the attack and was directly shattered. The palm viciously slammed into Zhou Xian's body, but it only managed to push him back a little. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He opened his celestial eye and stared at Zhou Xian. The latter would definitely be able to see the problem. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Zhou Xian. It was still a suppressive palm that descended from above with an unshakable might. Zhou Xian retreated. He couldn't think of any way to injure Lu Yin. Although he could hold on with his undefeatable confidence, he had to constantly endure Lu Yin's attacks. In this tea party, he was losing face as a Grand Empyrean. Not being defeated didn't mean that he had won. He couldn't see any hope of winning. But Lu Yin's attacks weren't something he could retreat from just because he wanted to. Bang. One palm. Bang. Two palms. Bang. Three palms. Palm after palm landed on Zhou Xian's body. No matter how he retreated or tried to escape, he couldn't avoid Lu Yin's attacks. Lu Yin was completely suppressing him. Strangely enough, Zhou Xian wasn't injured in the slightest. The scene of Lu Yin injuring Zhou Xian with brute force was like an illusion. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth, and his expression grew increasingly ugly as he searched for Lu Yin. Behind him, a palm descended. Zhou Xian saw it and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Lu Yin's speed wasn't something he could compare to. This person appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This bastard is actually suppressing me. Why is he doing this? Why can he do this? He's clearly just an ascendant immortal and hasn't even reached the immortal transformation realm yet. So how can he do this? Right, Xianxia has Void 5 Tastes Taishu domain, and he's extremely skilled in using the power of space. Bastard. Chu Jian's eyes turned red as the void around him distorted, forming a horizontal crescent moon that continued to extend until it enveloped him. The crescent moon twisted and turned into a circle. Chu Jian took a step forward and entered the circle. This was his inner world, the minor samsara path. He didn't believe that Lu Yin could cross through space to hit him. Unfortunately, this inner world couldn't increase his power level by much. Damn it. There was a thump as Chu Jian was sent flying again. Lu Yin couldn't directly enter the minor samsara path through space as the entire space there was distorted. Chu Jian's inner world wasn't bad, and it could even be considered extremely high-end. In the future he might be able to use it to control the power of space, but even if Lu Yin couldn't approach him through space he could still use reverse step. Once he used reverse step he could reverse space-time and it wasn't just space anymore. Chu Jian was sent flying again, and all of his defensive and evasive methods were like ants in front of Lu Yin. Only his undefeatable confidence was worth watching. Lu Yin. He stood in place and watched in amazement. You actually have such an innate gift. No wonder you think you're undefeatable. Chu Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes ferocious as he glared at Lu Yin like a madman. Everything that had just happened was like a nightmare. He had been beaten up, bullied and humiliated in front of everyone from the Six Paths Society, in front of these powerhouses and in front of Bai Xianer. He was the perfect young exalt, the perfect one. This shouldn't be happening. How could this be? This person shouldn't be on the same level as him, so how could he be like this? Blood vessels spread from the depths of Chu Jian's eyes, and he was about to go mad. 10 rooms, 9 emptiness. The Grand Emperor's voice rang out, startling everyone back to their senses, including Chu Jian, who was about to go mad. They stared blankly as Lu Yin crushed Chu Jian. What they had thought would be a stalemate had been completely one-sided and they couldn't even react. Chu Jian's performance had been stunning enough. Whether it was the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages battle techniques or the Grand Emperor's, he had displayed enough power to threaten extreme powerhouses. However, Lu Yin had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If not for his undefeatable confidence, he wouldn't even have been qualified to fight Lu Yin from start to finish. The difference between the two was too great. From start to finish he had only relied on that confidence to strike Lu Yin once, and that strike had been completely ineffective. Chu Jian was clearly just an immortal. Was this the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to become the Dao master of a heavenly sect in the Genesis space? The difference between the two was actually so great. 10 rooms, 9 of which can be empty. Any attack can be transferred to an empty room without having to endure it. This is the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness. Everyone looked at Chu Jian. There was such an innate gift. Even Divine Sovereign Shaoyin and Venerated Lotus didn't know about this, let alone them. Aside from the Grand Emperor's, no one knew about Chu Jian's innate gift. Venerated Lotus sighed. No wonder he has the confidence to be undefeatable and can move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Outside the 6 Directions Society, Jiang Shaodao sighed. There's actually such an innate gift. If it was given to me, I would be able to move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Tuji was shocked. His innate gift is indeed powerful, but it still can't make up for the difference between him and Xianxia. No, that Dao Master Lu. In the limitless realm, Bodhi Saint sat and looked at the screen. It's actually such an innate gift. No wonder he didn't reveal it at all. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find out. However, Master is revealing it now. Does he want him to reach nirvana? That's interesting. At the tea party in the 9 heavens 10 earths, First Gen's mind was on the verge of collapse. He had already used all the strength he could muster. He had completely lost the word perfect in front of the 6 Paths sect. The word perfect made him seem so high and mighty, but at this moment he was completely crushed. Chu Jian, do you still not understand? The Grand Emperor's voice echoed, shaking Chu Jian's mind. The madness in Chu Jian's eyes faded as he looked at the Grand Emperor. Master? Why do you insist on being undefeatable? Chu Jian was stunned. It's because of you that your disciple is undefeatable. What are you afraid of? Chu Jian's eyes were unfocused. What was he afraid of? Was he afraid? No, he had the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness, so why should he be afraid? He was undefeatable. No one could defeat him, so what was there to be afraid of? What are you afraid of? The Grand Empyrean shouted. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only the Heart, has been released. Stepping on the stars for thousands of miles, only the heart shines for you. Brothers, you can hear it on the music app. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 28:13. Chu Jian's body swayed. The Grand Empyrean's voice had almost caused his mind to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. His eyes were filled with the color of blood. Through the blood he saw the scenes of himself fighting in the endless battlefield. He saw the corpse kings that he had killed. He saw countless people cheering for him. He saw the helplessness of the corpse kings of the extreme powerhouses. He heard everyone shouting, "God of slaughter, God of slaughter, God of slaughter." When he returned to the Six Direction Society, countless people acknowledged his perfection. He was high above everyone else, the disciple of a Grand Empyrean. He would not care about anyone else, and he should not care about anyone else. So what if there were 3 sovereigns? If he wanted to learn, he could learn their power. The 9 sages were just destined to be trampled beneath his feet. Six Direction Society? Laughable. The Grand Empyrean was the leader of humanity, and the so-called Six Direction Society was just a name. Primordial space. That primordial space was no more. The so-called above heaven sect and the so-called Tao Master were just a joke. In the future he would definitely become someone second only to the Grand Empyrean in the Six Direction Society. He could slaughter immortal transformation realm corpse kings and face off against powerhouses. He could not die, he could not be defeated. He could not be defeated. What was there to be afraid of? Above the blood, Chu Jian's eyes were lifeless. He saw a pair of eyes filled with fear and despair. He wanted to escape, but behind him pairs of scarlet eyes chased after him. Was he afraid? This person was very afraid. He was so afraid that he had to put on a mask. He was so afraid that he didn't even dare to look back. He was afraid of death, but he had a powerful innate gift that could prevent him from dying. Why should he be afraid? Turn back, turn back, turn back. This person turned back and was met with countless unbearable attacks. He withstood them all, and under countless incredulous gazes he escaped. Everyone was praising and exclaiming in amazement. Only he knew what he had faced in that moment. From now on, no matter what enemy he faced, he would use his innate gift. He would loudly announce to everyone, including his master, that he was undefeatable. He would never be defeated. His innate gift was the foundation of his invincibility, and he had to make good use of it. Everything else was illusory. Only his innate gift was the most loyal. Ripples appeared in the blood as Lu Yin walked to Chu Jian's side and looked down at him. Success is due to your innate gift, failure is also due to your innate gift. You can divert the enemy's attacks, but you also divert your own. You don't dare to walk out of this innate gift. First meeting. Another shout rang out. First meeting's eyes instantly became clear, and a sentence kept repeating in his mind. You don't dare to walk out of this talent at all. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid, not afraid. Chu Jian suddenly stood up and glared at Lu Yin. You're spouting nonsense. Lu Yin shook his head. Senior Grand Empyrean, this is more interesting, right? This disciple of yours finally dares to come out. However, it's still not enough. He's not even a match for me. I'm afraid that I might kill him on a whim and cause Senior to lose his beloved disciple. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the Yuan sage sitting at the tea party. He stretched out his finger and beckoned for the Yuan sage to come. Come on, I told you that I would kill you at the tea party. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. He wanted to fight both Chu Jian and a Yuan sage at the same time? Yuan Xing was dumbfounded. He had never expected Lu Yin to challenge him at such a time. Was he really that confident? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. That wasn't even a warm-up. I was just helping Senior Grand Empyrean teach his disciple. That's all. Chu Jian clenched his fists and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had regained its clarity. The arrogance he once had was completely gone. He now understood that his master had always said that he wanted him to be undefeated. Undefeated was not a requirement at all. It was just a reminder to let him out of the cage of being undefeated. The funny thing was that he had actually thought that his master had high expectations of him. Now it was all in the past. He looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "I really have to thank you." Lu Yin smiled. "It's too early. I just wanted you to see the gap between us, the gap of despair." Zhou Xian did not refute. He had already done his best, but this person really did not seem to have done anything. Most of the moves he had used just now were the techniques of the 3 venerables and 9 sages that he had learned under Xianxi's identity. At most, he had added the power and footwork of the dark purple substance. Yuan Xing could not figure out how strong this person was. It was really hopeless. But so what? The more hopeless he was, the more achievements he would have after breaking through. Yuan Xing had just broken through to the Immortal Transformation Realm and had yet to fully master the power of the Immortal Transformation Realm. Now he could use this person to truly master it. However, he really could not hold on by himself. At least he needed someone to stall for time for him. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian looked at Yuan Xing. "You did not even dare to make a move after being provoked. Are you still the 3 venerables and 9 sages?" Yuan Xing's face was extremely ugly. It was fine that Lu Yin had challenged him, but he had actually challenged 2 people at once. It would not be glorious if he won, but it would be completely humiliating if he lost. Furthermore, the battle between Lu Yin and Zhou Xian had honestly made him feel a little apprehensive. At this moment he regretted provoking this person. He should not have helped Madman Lu. That madman had not come to the tea party. He should not have come either. He could have stayed in the endless battlefield. Everyone looked at Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing helplessly walked out of his seat and stared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. "Lu Xiaoxian, you are the one who challenged me. After this battle, the restrictions of the endless battlefield will no longer be effective." Lu Yin raised his head. There is no need for that. He had never fought with a Yuan Xing before, but he understood Yuan Xing very well. If he wanted to defeat the enemy, he had to have some understanding of them. Yuan Xing was good at swordsmanship, but he was most famous for his trump card, the 3 divine essence strikes. This so-called 3 divine essence strikes was the essence, qi and spirit. Very few people in the 6 Direction Guild cultivated battle qi domains and essence, qi and spirit. However, Yuan Xing used essence, qi and spirit as his trump card. Among the 3 venerables and 9 sages he was not the strongest, but he was not weak either. He could be considered above average. This was also the reason why he was arrogant. Divine Venerable Xiao Yin had asked Xiao Qingfeng to follow him. He had also found a way to throw He Shu to his side so that he could learn essence, qi and spirit from him. It was not that the people of the 6 Direction Guild did not want to cultivate essence, qi, spirit or domains. It was just that they could not find a way to do so. It was not easy to cultivate this kind of power in the origin space, let alone in the 6 Direction Guild. After all, it was not the mainstream power. A majestic stellar source swept out. Yuan Xing had made a move. He had no choice but to join forces with Zhou Xian. In that case he could not lose no matter what. He really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Yin. No matter how much he regretted not attacking Lu Yin, he abandoned all distracting thoughts at this moment. It was still not too late. A sword thrust out along with a majestic stellar source. The power of the progenitor realm suppressed Lu Yin to the point that he could not breathe. Lu Yin stood in place and calmly watched Yuan Xing draw his sword. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment Yuan Xing drew his sword, Zhou Xian did not hold back. He raised his hand and shot out the 7 deity arrow. The arrow followed closely behind, and the 7 deity arrow was entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination. This was what Yuan Xing had always wanted to use. He had been too comfortable in the past and had not dared to try it out. Now he had been enlightened. He was the perfect young master. What was there that he dared not do? What was there that he could not do? When the sword edge attacked, Lu Yin raised his hand and transformed his stellar source into a sword. With a bang, the 2 swords collided and Yuan Xing's sword was deflected. The sharp sword edge pierced through the void, bringing with it pure darkness that turned into spots and spread out. The 7 deity arrow entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination appeared in front of Lu Yin. He raised his sword and slashed at the front of the 7 deity arrow, using his sword as a source of strength to slash the 7 deity arrow back at Yuan Xing. It was as if the power of nirvanic extermination did not exist to him. He had completely seen through the 7 deity arrow. Gongsheng's face was gloomy. Not only could this young man catch the reflection of the seven deity arrow, but he could also use his sword to transfer the seven deity arrow. He had completely seen through the seven deity arrow. At the same time, Yuan Sheng's sword pierced through the void and slashed at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin turned around and controlled the arrow with his sword. He threw the arrow at Yuan Sheng and it happened to collide with Yuan Sheng's sword. With a bang, the seven deity arrow exploded. Anger rose in the hearts of both of them. This was an arrow formed by anger. Even Lu Yin was unconsciously affected for a moment. Although he had seen through the seven deity arrow, it did not mean that the seven deity arrow was useless. After all, it was an archery technique of Gongsheng. Gongsheng had also dominated the boundless battlefield with the seven deity arrow. Yuan Sheng took a step back and purple chi appeared behind him. 3 divine essence strikes. Purple chi from the east. Lu Yin looked at the purple aura that was descending. This was pure spiritual force pressure. When a Yuan sage cultivated his spiritual force to the progenitor realm, the pressure it brought was unparalleled. Even if one was also at the progenitor realm, they would collapse if their spiritual force could not withstand the pressure. Chu Jian took the opportunity to execute the phoenix splitting tail secret technique. The Nirvana heavenly phoenix screeched at the sky and slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Yuan Sheng with clear eyes. You attacked me with your spiritual force. Go to the origin space and ask if anyone dares to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark purple substance spread on the blade of his sword. Without turning his head, he slashed backward. Not only did he tear apart the Nirvana heavenly phoenix, but his sword was also driven by a terrifying force. It formed a sharp edge visible to the naked eye and slashed at Chu Jian. This was Lu Yin's 13th sword, using emotions as a sword. It was similar to the seven deity arrow. It had to be said that some people in the reincarnation spacetime were extremely strong and were not weaker than those in the origin space. Each arrow of the seven deity arrow was equivalent to the 13th sword. If Lu Yin had not mastered the 13th sword and obtained the Sky Eye, he would not have been able to break it so easily. Chu Jian's lotus opened in front of her and blocked the force of the sword, causing the lotus to crack. However, it could not block the 13th sword. The sword swept past. Chu Jian vomited blood. He did not hide in the 10 rooms or 9 skies. Instead, he endured the sword by himself. In front of Lu Yin, the spiritual force formed by purple chi from the east condensed and transformed into another Yuan Sheng. This was the second move of the 3 divine essence strikes, divine essence incarnation. A pure spiritual force Yuan Sheng attacked the spiritual force instead of the physical body. However, he could use his own body to exert the power of a battle technique. Compared to purple chi from the east, this move brought about several times more pressure on the opponent's spiritual force. However, Yuan Sheng was shocked to find that Lu Yin had not changed at all. Lu Yin's spiritual force was tempered by the ancestral scripture. Although the ancestral scripture was not that useful outside the origin space, it still had the effect of tempering his spiritual force. His spiritual force was as stable as a rock. Chapter 28:14. The Yuan sage's divine energy incarnation couldn't even shake Lu Yin after using all his means. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, using the empty bright palm and the immovable heavenly king elephant. The indestructible state blasted through the void. The Yuan sage was horrified and tried to dodge but failed to do so. He was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. Half of his body was shattered and blood splattered all over the ground. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Lu Yin had severely injured the Yuan sage and Chu Jian by himself. It was a completely one-sided situation. Everyone at the tea party watched in shock. This person was merely a virtuous celestial. The young man who had been scolded by the Yuan sage looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of splendor. If only he could do this. If only he could do this, how wonderful would the world be? Chu Jian gasped for breath as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Opposite him, the Yuan sage was coughing up blood. Half of his body was numb. He had only been hit once, but this person's palm force was so strong that even he couldn't withstand it. Between the two of them, Lu Yin looked at the Yuan sage and then at Chu Jian. You should be more serious now. The Yuan sage's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin with resentment. He growled, "Bow before the sage." As soon as he finished speaking, the essence, energy, and spirit that permeated the surroundings suddenly surged. His eyes turned white and the veins in his eyes turned white. The third move of the three divine essence strikes, bow before the sage, was the strongest move he could unleash. This move had once defeated Xianxia, who was also one of the 9 sages. It was praised by deity Xiaoyin as the 6 direction sect's essence, energy and spirit technique. Any extreme powerhouse would have to take this move seriously. Lu Yin looked around in surprise. The essence, energy and spirit were constantly being suppressed, forming a scene of countless people kowtowing. This essence, energy and spirit was similar to a source box array, producing an illusion effect. Many people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Only those who understood the situation subconsciously looked away. Deity Xiaoyin narrowed his eyes. This move should be effective. Even he had been dazed by this move back then. Su Wei frowned. He had seen this move in the endless battlefield. He would be affected if he was too close. Although it was only for a moment and the Yuan sage couldn't do anything to him, that was him. Lu Yin was Lu Yin, and this person wasn't even an extreme powerhouse. It had to be said that Lu Yin felt a little dizzy, but that was all. How many years had it been? He had never relaxed his recitation of the primogenitor's scripture. He didn't even know how strong his spirit was. The essence, energy and spirit of a Yuan sage were at the progenitor level. Although Lu Yin's essence, energy and spirit might not be as strong as a Yuan sage's, he was confident that his tenacity was beyond anyone's imagination. Kowtowing in front of a Yuan sage should have caused Lu Yin to hallucinate. Yuan sage shouted, "Young master, attack." He stabbed out with his sword. On the other side, First Jian also attacked at the same time. This time it was not the 7 gods' arrow. He leapt out, stepped into the void and raised his hand to unleash a nirvanic palm. Lu Yin sighed. "Yuanxing, you disappoint me." The Yuan sage was shocked. He was not affected. Lu Yin looked up. "There's no sense of accomplishment in killing you." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a line extended out, penetrating the void like a square drawing. This was the Taishan domain. Taishan field, someone exclaimed. Many people looked at Su Wei. How many 6-direction sect moves did this Lu Xiaoxian know under the identity of Xianxia? With the appearance of the Taishan domain, Yuan Xing hurriedly stopped his attack and used his sword to block in front of him. The line flickered. Yuan Xing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body, which was already broken, was in an even worse state. Pieces of flesh were still attached to his body, and blood stained his entire body red. First Jian was safe and sound. At the critical moment he had no choice but to use his innate gift. If he had not used his innate gift he might have died from this move. Bearing the pain was one thing, but if he died there would be nothing left. The line slowly disappeared. Lu Yin did not even look at First Jian. His gaze fell on Yuan Xing as he walked over step by step. "I said that I would take your life at the tea party." Yuan Xing coughed out blood again and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person had actually ignored the kowtow in front of a sage and completely obliterated the 3 divine elemental strikes that he was so proud of. How strong was his essence, energy and spirit? Lu Yin walked closer to Yuan Xing and looked at him condescendingly. The great celestial venerate tea party does not forbid martial strength. Similarly, it forbids life and death. No one should be able to stop me. At the tea party, everyone looked at the miserable Yuan Xing. It was too tragic that one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages would end up like this. Jiangxing looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had a deep understanding of the horror of the 3 divine elemental strikes after his battle with Yuan Xing. Even the purple chi from the east had almost made him faint. His divine elemental incarnation had made him try his best to escape. However, the kowtow in front of a sage was simply unavoidable. He had been defeated by this move. He had not expected that his ultimate move, which he found unbearable, would be useless against Lu Xiaoxian. What had this person gone through? No one would plead for mercy for Yuan Xing. Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Lu Yin and was second only to Hierarch Xiaoyin in the 6-direction sect. If possible, Lu Yin would definitely want to kill Hierarch Xiaoyin. However, he was definitely not a match for Hierarch Xiaoyin. There was a qualitative difference between the 3 venerates and the 9 sages. Lu Yin walked towards Yuan Xing again. His words had put an end to the possibility of the great celestial venerates and the others intervening. He had said that he would kill this old dog at the tea party. Yuan Xing looked at Lu Yin with resentment and fear. "Do you really think you can kill me? Don't force me. If you force me we will die together." Lu Yin sneered. Ancestral world? Use it and see. If it was useful, you would have used it long ago. Son of the Lu family, do you really want to die together? Yuan Sheng roared. Yuan Sheng, Hierarch Xiaoyin shouted. If you don't win this round, what will be waiting for you? Yuan Sheng's expression changed as he looked at the Great Celestial Venerate. The Great Celestial Venerate was high up in the air and her face was not visible. However, one could only feel that she was inviolable. This inviolability was not only from her body but also her majesty. The 3 Venerates and 9 sages represented the Great Celestial Venerate. If he was defeated by Lu Yin, it would be equivalent to offending the Great Celestial Venerate. What would be waiting for him would be certain death, the grief of the sage. Hua Xing had just experienced that unforgettable scene. He did not want to die. Lu Yin stopped and looked at Hierarch Xiaoyin before looking at Chu Jian. All of you want to hide your trump cards. However, will your trump cards really work? At that moment, the spirit, essence and spirit that had been drifting in the surroundings suddenly converged toward Yuan Sheng. Shortly after, a new world opened up. It was Yuan Sheng's ancestral world. Inside, corpses were hanging on withered trees. Crows were wailing and dark clouds filled the sky. Swamps and corpses were everywhere under the withered trees. Lu Yin froze and looked on in shock. Everyone was watching this scene in silence. Everyone, including the 9,990,000 people who were listening to Yuan Sheng's teachings, was dumbfounded. Was this Yuan Sheng's ancestral world? Yuan Sheng had never revealed his ancestral world to his enemies. He had relied on the 3 divine essence strikes to defeat Jiang Sheng and firmly occupy the top position among the 9 sages. Many people had guessed that this was Yuan Sheng's ancestral world, but no one had ever seen it. At this moment, Yuan Sheng's ancestral world was displayed in front of everyone. This was a scene that no one had ever seen before. The ancestral realm was a reflection of one's inner heart and strength. On the other hand, the ancestral realm of a Yuan sage was filthy, mournful, despairing, deep darkness and wailing crows. Everything combined to form an unacceptable scene, not to mention the countless corpses hanging on the withered trees. Yuan Sheng trembled all over and got up with difficulty. The despair of the grief of a sage had made him completely let go. Compared to the grief of a sage, what was so unacceptable about letting go of his ancestral world? After this battle, no one in the human race would be fond of him, but he had to win this battle and kill the Lu family's son. It was this Lu family's son who forced him to use his trump card, forcing him to reveal himself in front of everyone. Yuan Sheng raised his red eyes and stared at Lu Yin with resentment. Son of the Lu family, you forced me to do this. Don't even think about living today. After saying that, the corpses turned into powder. The withered trees, swamps, crows and dark clouds all shattered and turned into spirit essence and spirit that entered Yuan Sheng's body. This scene was not real but was transformed by the spirit essence and spirit. It could also be said that it was the spirit essence and spirit that Yuan Sheng had slaughtered. In an instant he had devoured all the spirit essence and spirit that had been accumulated in the ancestral world for countless years. His body continued to grow and strange black spots covered it. Then a disgusting cuticle formed, making Yuan Sheng look like a monster. His body continued to grow, his skin turned dark green, and his facial features were completely distorted. Countless people were horrified and looked at Yuan Sheng as if they were looking at a monster. Yuan Sheng opened his mouth and roared. His voice was low and hoarse, completely different from his original voice. Son of the Lu family, die. After saying that, he raised his hands and aimed his left palm at Lu Yin while his right palm hit the back of his left palm. An inexplicable force whizzed out and swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold and his breathing stopped. He subconsciously took a step back. What a strong spirit essence. His spirit essence and spirit should be as stable as a rock, but it was shaken at this moment. Yuan Sheng's body was 5 meters tall at this moment. When he saw Lu Yin take a step back, he laughed wildly. You can't take it. This is my spirit concealment. I have stored so much spirit essence and spirit for countless years. How can you compare to it? No one can take on my spirit concealment head-on. Go to hell. After saying that, he struck out with his palms again and again. Lu Yin could feel that Yuan Sheng's spirit essence and spirit were terrifyingly strong at this moment. He would not be able to take it head-on, but that was under normal circumstances. He could recite the ancestral scripture. Given by the heavenly way, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers, the ancient land is harmonious, just like the high sage. If Yuanxing's spirit essence and spirit were a tsunami, then the ripples produced by Lu Yin's recitation of the ancestral scripture would be the cornerstone of the shaking sea. Yuanxing struck out with his palms again and again. The terrifying spirit essence and spirit were frantically oppressing Lu Yin. Ripples appeared in the void in front of Lu Yin as the ancestral scripture came out. Although it seemed weak, it was able to block the spirit essence and spirit. Divine Venerable Shaoyin's pupils constricted. Impossible. Yuanxing's 3 divine essence strikes had impressed him, but his spirit concealment strike had made him wary. If he had not reached his current level, he might not have been able to withstand this move in the past. The 9 sages each had their own trump cards, and Yuanxing's trump card was considered the strongest. When he used his spirit concealment strike, he could even be ranked in the top 3 of the 9 sages. He might even be the strongest. This move had turned him into a monster. Even he could not withstand it, let alone others. But how had Zhou Xian withstood it? What was he talking about? Thank you. Book friend 5443220 Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Today is my daughter Qinchin's 1-month birthday and also the day that the theme song of Star Stepping, Only Idealism, will be released on the internet. Thank you for your support.